afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call us to order.
Here. Here.
Here. Here. Here. Here. Here. So first on our agenda tonight is a presentation of new administrators. Dr. Hill?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Sergio Canal and Dr. Jennifer Alcazar, who would otherwise be here to present our new employees on behalf of our Human Resources team. So I get to do the honors, but appreciation for everyone being here tonight. So good evening, Board President Kenny, members of the board, Dr. Blanco, my SLT team, and our esteemed guests. It's with great pleasure and pride that I've been asked to introduce you to the newest members of our administrative team here at Pasadena Unified, many of whom are new faces, but also many of whom have been part of the family and are transitioning into a new leadership role. These dedicated individuals bring a wealth of experience, passion, and innovation to our district, and we're thrilled to have them on board as we continue to strive to build on our successes, embrace new opportunities, and continue to empower our students to achieve their goals. At this time, I'd like to introduce each new administrator. I will say their title and their school or department in sight, and then I invite them to stand and give a wave when their name is called so we can identify you. All right. So first is our new Chief Business Officer, Mr. Saman Bravo Karimi. Next, we have our new principal at McKinley School. You'll recognize Dr. Maria Tolliver. I'd like to welcome our no longer interim principal, but our full-time principal at Elliott Middle School, Lanisha McKenzie. For our assistant principals, I welcome Mr. Brian Lanigan, who will now be interim assistant principal for Pasadena High School. We have assistant principal for OEB. Returning back to her original home is Dr. Ella Farinas. A hearty welcome to PUSD is our new assistant principal for McKinley School, Ms. Jeanette Scholar. Taking over the leadership of expanded learning opportunities and programs is Ms. Harmony Cano. Our SELPA administrator, I don't know if I saw her walk in, is, yay, okay, sorry. Hi, Miss Sally Iverson. Okay. Oh, congratulations. Okay, congratulations. And sorry that I'm so short, I didn't see you there, Sally. All right. Our interim executive director for special education will be Miss Vivian Huang. Our MTSS coordinator will be Dr. Marion Stewart. Our new director for planning, innovation, accountability, and special projects is Dr. Christina Turley. The next folks are going to be under the leadership of Mr. Manuel Carrasco. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Ashley Glass, our Assistant Director of Food and Nutrition Services. We also have our new Assistant Director of Maintenance Operations, Transportation, and Facilities, Mr. Michael Corrales. And many of you know our beloved Mr. Michael Dunning, who will be transitioning to the Facilities Program Manager over our bond projects. I'd also like to make mention of the administrators who couldn't be here tonight, but we will be welcoming our new principal for Pasadena High School, Dr. Eric Barba, our principal for Octavia E. Butler Magnet, Mr. Arian Whitley, our new assistant principal at Marshall Fundamental, Dr. Marcela Valadez, and our new director of Food and Nutritional Services, Mr. Ladislao Figueroa. That's it.
So last but not least is our new Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Helen Chan Hill.
Thank you. Does anyone have comments? Special welcomes? All right, well, welcome everyone, and, oh, sorry.
Just want to say congratulations to everyone and welcome to the PUSD family. You will get to know that very soon it is very much like a family, and we look forward to having you a part of the growth and success of our students.
And at least for the next month, the board will be dark, so you have some time to buckle down to work without any interference, and so that'll be good, especially for those of you who are new to our district. You can get acclimated before we're back for our next meeting on August 1st. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is the annual presentation from PUSD Parent Teacher Association, the PTA.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, President Kenny and the school board for having us today. Dr. Blanco as our superintendent, and then also our wonderful administrators as well. I'm May Koenig-Sang. I'm the president of Pasadena Council. We oversee our now 21, we can proudly say we have 21 units here in Pasadena. I have with me Mr. Scott Harden, who is our VP of Leadership, and also Araceli Gianchirpi, who's our VP of Communications. Want to take you through memory lane of what we've accomplished in the past school year. It went by super fast, and we expect the next year probably go fairly quickly as well. As you know, we're here to support our 21 units throughout Pasadena. We have been focused on building bridges, really allowing for that connectivity among our 21 units, because we definitely feel that there's synergy. Many of you have had leadership roles in your PTAs or even on council, so you know that this is the tireless hours that happen, 1 in the morning, you're pinging your friends, hey, I need help for the fall carnival, whatever it may be. But really, I think that we at PTA Council, we're really here to support our units because they are doing the heavy lifting at each of our units to make the school year as memorable for our students and their families. I'd like to thank our executive committee who served this past year. You'll recognize some of the faces there. I have to say I have to lean very heavily on this group because we meet every month in addition to our board meeting happening every month, plus our quarterly association meetings as well. So thank you to the executive committee. We also have our unit presidents that serve as part of our board as well. And there we have our 21 champions for each of the units. And many of them are terming out. And I have to say that's probably one of the bigger challenges that we have at council because we need to make sure that each one of our units at the end of the school year already has their officers for the next year in place. And in particular, I think this year we had a couple challenges at our high schools to make sure we have a president, treasurer, and secretary that's available. But I think that we're almost there. So we have a couple more holes to fill, but we're pretty optimistic that we're going to have a very exceptional group for next year. We had over 4,300 members here in Pasadena, and many of you were actually super members. I'd like to thank our super members again. This year, we have now 21 units, so the going rate is now $200 to join as members, and we have a one-click button. Thank you, Scott Harden, for making that possible. Again, we'd appreciate your support as always. Our units also, we logged 61,000 volunteer hours this year. So at the going rate of $33.50 an hour, that's about $2 million of volunteer power that we accomplished for Pasadena. So really incredible stuff. And really, so, I mean, our role at council is to help train our leaders. So we typically kick off the school year with training. We actually held it at OEB last August. And it's a way to make sure that our new officers for each of the units have been trained as to what their roles and responsibilities are. It's also our opportunity to do some team building as well, because honestly, sometimes the president's group ends up being a self-help group, because if you're wrestling with an issue at one unit, chances are someone else either has figured that out at another unit. So that's been a wonderful opportunity. Dr. Blanco also gave a 100-day update on her plan as well, and it's a great way to just build that cohesiveness here in Pasadena. We formed a unit at Washington STEM, and I can tell you, we are now very proficient in the process in which it takes to get one of these units up and running. So we start with a bylaws committee. They pretty much have to determine what the dues are going to be, what the officer positions are. Then we have a nominating committee that identifies candidates for those positions. So all of that we do in conjunction with First District. President Diane Hyland has been tremendously supportive of our units here in Pasadena and worked with us to make that happen. Our executive committee, as I mentioned, we meet monthly, so a lot of it is sometimes in person or hybrid, and that's a lot more planning hours that happen. We also have continued to build bridges in the community by participating in the Latino Heritage Parade, making sure we have a table there, and also the community schools kickoff. So always keep us in mind if there might be an event that you know of in the community. We're always happy to represent and talk about PTA. For Rose City, we are still in the midst of getting that one up and running, but last year we did participate at their back-to-school night to publicize a informational meeting, which is necessary as part of setting up a PTA. You need to make sure that you have the buy-in of at least 35 individuals. So we did a table just to make sure that we could accomplish that. In October, we also had our very first association meeting. So the nice thing I've enjoyed this past year is actually getting a chance to go to other schools. I'm based at Field, and my daughter will now be going to Sierra Madre Middle School. But it's been great to see some of the different campuses and give our parent leaders an opportunity to also see how beautiful they are. So we enjoyed being at Jackson for that, our very first association meeting. And there is actually the informational meeting in person at Rose City High School. We had to make sure that everyone was on board, and we got the support of over 30 parents and staff there. And then First District is the next level of PTA. They encompass oversight for over 200 units from Burbank to Pomona, and so Pasadena falls under that. So we also have to go to all of their events as well, and so we definitely appreciate when Dr. Blanco, as an example, takes time out of her schedule to come and support us for that. So thanks again for that. We did have, again, more bylaws committee. We were able to establish that at Rose City. And then we had a holiday luncheon, and Dr. Reynoso was actually one of our panel speakers to talk about our wellness program. So it was wonderful for all the PTA units to hear what Pasadena is doing in comparison to other districts. And this was our formation meeting that we had for Washington and STEM. So this is exciting because we pause kind of the meeting, we sign up members. I think at that evening we signed up about 40 members, and then we get to elect officers. And so we've been really fortunate to have parents that are so dedicated to getting the PTA up and running there at Washington STEM. And thank you, Dr. Vargas, for being there as well, just to support us. We also had an association meeting at Don Benito. Ms. Patrice McKenzie, thank you so much for joining us for that too as well. We were celebrating diversity, and so we're also trying to come up with useful topics that help our parent leaders in all that they do. And just, again, the more information that we can share, and if there's ever a topic that you feel would be beneficial to share with our PTA leaders, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're always looking just to build that bridge. I think it's so important. There's so much that we do at each of our units, but that continuity among the district, I think, is really important as well, because we don't stay at our units forever, that's for sure. There we have a Rose City nominating committee that we had in January, and this time we actually had students because we're hoping that a couple of the high school students will actually serve in some of the roles for Rose City High School. We then have to provide training for our new unit. So Washington Elementary, we held a leadership training for their officers. And again, another association meeting at First District. So you start seeing the theme. We've got a lot of meetings that we go to. And then this was our final association meeting we had at Field Elementary. Thank you, Dr. Hill, for joining us for that one as well. And we also held our annual election there. Again, it's wonderful. I know this is my home school, but it's always fun when we can have other leaders see the different campuses all throughout. We've also done another open house as well for Rose City. We're close to identifying potential officers, and hopefully at the start of the school year, we'll be doing a formation meeting. So hopefully, cross our fingers, this year we'll get our 22nd one up and running. And there's our wonderful executive committee meeting there. The other thing that we do, because springtime is election season, so in case a unit may feel that they might have a contested election, where maybe someone might run from the floor, sometimes they might look to council for help, just to help mediate that election. So we were invited to Sierra Madre Elementary School to participate in their election. It was a very smooth process, but again, we sometimes have to spend time behind the scenes prepping the leadership for how you do that, because there is a script, but it's an awkward script, and you want to just make sure that it's done right. We also then we ended our year with several awards from First District, mostly with membership growth. For most of our units, I think we're continuing to see a trend, and we're hoping that, I think now that we're trying to make things more seamless with how people can join online, it definitely makes it easier to garner that membership. And then we closed out our year pretty much at convention. So every year, California PTA holds a convention either in Northern California or Southern California. This time it was held locally at Ontario. And we had a winner from Muir High School, Joyce Garcia. Her Reflections piece actually got national award. So we were very excited to see her literary piece that was up on for display and be able to cheer her on. So we're hoping with Reflections, we've had a great turnout this year, and more to come on that. We then closed out our executive board with a meeting year-end, just celebrating all of our successes and accomplishment. And again, thank you, Dr. Reynoso, for joining us for that one. And then I had the honor of going with Ron C. Glover from AAPC to the Tournament of Roses. We also received another grant for next year in the amount of $10,000 to support the Black College Expo. So, and with that, I will talk a little bit more. These were our big events that council helped to plan. So we had the Black College Expo in February. We also had our Reflections and Founders Day event, also in February, and PUSD Science Fest in March. And believe me, we were exhausted after just those few weeks. But with the Black College Expo, with partnership with District AAPC last year to obtain $7,500 from Tournament of Roses. That helped to support the admission to the Black College Expo, also T-shirts and other items for the students, and then also a really wonderful lunch at Craft Smoke by Fire in downtown LA. And thank you, Dr. Blanco and the district, for providing the bus transportation as well. They were able to take 200 students, which is a huge increase from the year prior. I think they had about 60 students that went. They had 10 chaperones, and several students did receive scholarships on the spot, admissions as well. We did survey the students as well as part of just for our grant requirement. I would have to say majority, 90% or so of students were super thrilled. This gave them a wonderful opportunity to have discussions about their future, and they really were appreciative of the opportunity to be there. So, with $10,000 this coming year, we're hoping we can expand and increase the number of students that end up attending in February. We did a reflection ceremony this year at Kids Space. We actually got to partner with them. They were gracious enough to allow us to hold our ceremony before they opened for the public. And so we had about 35 students and their families come, and we got to celebrate them. Dr. Blanco was there as well. And then each of the students received a return pass to Kids Space for their families, but they were able to stay for the Lunar New Year event as well that day. So it was a wonderful turnout. We're hoping to expand that, and we're really going to encourage our units to adopt the Reflections program because it's for all ages, and who knows, they might be the next Joyce Garcia and get national recognition as well. And then Science Fest, this was held at Muir. We already have a date for next year, Saturday, March 15th in 2025, so save the date. We are continuing to work with Warren Skidmore and his team to make it bigger and better. This was an amazing turnout. I think that so many exhibitors. I think for many of you who were there, you enjoyed it. I know, Dr. Blanco, you brought your grandson by. We even had melting jelly beans experiment at the PTA Council booth, and we also provided free coffee for exhibitors. But again, these are the ways that we bring our community together, and it's a way to expose our students to opportunities and ideas. You never know, somebody might be in a few years running these booths for us in the future. So. It's definitely, I have to say, it's been a remarkable year. We've accomplished a lot. I'm excited to serve as president next year with our incredible board. And we have a couple vacant positions, so in case you know a parent who's just looking for something to do, send them our way. We're happy to induct them into the folds of PTA Council. But we're excited, again, to just continue all the good work that our parents are doing and guardians, because I think it's so important. We're making a difference. We're building community. And I appreciate working with all of you just to make things better and better for our district. So thank you. Any questions?
Any comments?
I just want to offer congratulations on adding the new unit. I know how tough that is, seeing it happen through other districts. It was a great year. Science Fest was awesome this year. We're gonna have to preserve Warren and Carbonite.
Yes.
Eventually, his kids will leave the district, and he's not allowed to stop volunteering for Science Fest.
No, he's going to be there still.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
I imagine you will just pull him back in. So congratulations on a great year, and thank you for all the work that you guys do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will have to peruse these photos more in detail. It's quite a bit of work and effort you guys put in.
I'd like to thank May Koenig-Seng for her incredible leadership this year as president of council.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to, it's all of these guys. I mean, we all start out as parents somewhere, and I don't know, if you had asked me, would you ever see yourself doing this? I would say, no way. But here I am, so. We're looking forward to a wonderful year next year. Again, if there's anything that PTA Council can help support, please let us know.
Thank you very much. Dr. Blanco?
I want to say thank you to you for all of the great events and everything that you do for our families and our students. And I also want to thank Dr. Reynoso, because I know many times she went to the events because there were conflicting events, and became a great liaison for the PTA as well.
Thank you again. All right, it is time for the board to go to closed session. Do we have any public comment before we go? All right, then we will recess to closed session. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Rogelio Macias. I've been working for PUSD 19 years. Now I'm head custodian 3 at John Muir High School.
Rogelio really always is such a positive light for our campus. We really couldn't function without him.
Rogelio's just an all-around, just great person, and he deserves this. He puts the time, effort, and energy in to make our campus look great.
He is very responsible. It makes us be responsible also.
Getting spaces ready for something, he does it with a smile, and he just is really a positive impact to our whole campus. Like, he's great.
We keep the campus clean because if we didn't, the students won't come to the school.
I always see Rogelio taking care of the school, and I always really respect him for that. I see how hard he works to make this campus clean so that we can come here and it's nice and organized.
This is special for me because, I think you recognize the people that work hard in the district. But it's not only me, it's the people behind me, my custodial crew, and we work together.
Rogelio, nomás le quiero dar las gracias por todo lo que ha hecho, no solamente por mí, pero por nuestra escuela y comunidad. Usted es una gran persona que siempre llevo muy dentro de mi corazón y felicidades en ese reconocimiento.
Rogelio, thank you for taking my phone calls, even when you're not working, for always constantly being there, for being supportive of your crew and of the school. I appreciate every moment that you give to our school site and that you constantly want this place to be the best school possible. So I can't thank you enough for your work, your effort, your time, and your energy. Appreciate you, sir. Go Mustangs.
I want to say thank you to all the administrative staff, Dr. Gray, Dr. Robles, Ms. Moore, teachers and staff, especially my custodial crew.
My name is Melanie Gray. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Willard Elementary School, and I've been working for Pasadena Unified for 9 years. My favorite thing about being a teacher is watching them grow and develop and learn, especially in those areas where they thought that they couldn't. I have a lot of kids that'll come in beginning of the year and they'll say, I don't like math, I'm a bad writer, I don't like to read, and then to watch them blossom and grow in those areas where they lacked confidence and now they're trying it and they're excelling. I think I love that more than anything else.
I nominated Miss Gray because when it comes to teaching, Miss Gray is the whole package. She's got like a little bit of a magic touch, and I don't know how to explain it. When you're in her presence, you feel like, oh, okay. It's gonna be okay.
What makes Ms. Gray special is her personality.
She loves to help people, which is something I really love about Ms. Gray. And I feel she cares about all her kids every year.
The parents absolutely love Mrs. Gray, and this is unsolicited. I could just be walking from my office to the library, and if a parent might stop me and say, just Miss Gray is so amazing with my kid.
One of the things my daughter was struggling with was math when she came in. My daughter was fortunate enough to have Mrs. Gray for 2 years, and by the end of her first year, my daughter went from struggling with math to being part of the math team.
In Ms. Gray's class, we learned so much. She makes it fun though.
Being in Ms. Gray's class is fun because learning isn't just boring.
I like it that she tries to make us learn, but at the same time have fun. She understands how different people read in different ways. She understands how people learn different ways. I feel like she knows all the ways to help kids.
I think it was last week where I saw how our students are thriving, making their presentations to everyone, and it was just amazing from top to bottom that These were fifth graders that were going up and presenting, much like I see 20-year-olds doing in my industries. And that was something that she was able to nurture out of all the students. I know that when my daughter's in her class, she's getting a world-class education, which I feel very fortunate as a parent that my child is getting that.
She helps us like a ton, and she'll like walk around and check in with us, see how we're doing.
And actually like sits there step by step by step until they get it.
And she's always there by my side to help me, which I really appreciate.
I haven't really struggled with anything in Miss Gray's class because she helps us and pays attention.
No true learning happens without building relationships with students. It is a challenge trying to meet all of their needs, but it's definitely a challenge that I'm up to and that I really work hard to try to meet all the needs of the students as best as I can. And I build relationships with the kids, and that helps them to get comfortable, and be successful.
Thanks to Miss Gray, yes, I feel I'm ready for the 6th grade. She made me overcome my fear of speaking in front of the class, and when I feel I can't do it, she's always there to help support me. I probably wouldn't even feel comfortable doing this interview if it wasn't for Miss Gray.
Melanie, I want to congratulate you. I am so thrilled for you.
Congratulations, Mrs. Gray. We're really proud of you, and it's a very well-deserved award.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I'm really proud that you got this award, and I think you really deserve it. Great job.
I'm so excited that we get to share how wonderful you are with our greater community. You are more than deserving, and we are just honored to be able to share this moment with you. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Miss Gray, on winning Teacher of the Year. You deserve it, and you're the best teacher ever.
Good job. I'm glad you won this award. You deserve it. You're the greatest teacher.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. You deserve this. You really are one of the best teachers in the world. And Miss Gray, you're my favorite teacher.
You're the best teacher ever.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I really love you, and I think you're the best teacher I've ever had.
I've been teaching for 16 years in Pasadena Unified School District, and I've been at Hamilton for 8 years. I want to see your beautiful smile. I've always loved and enjoyed working with the younger kids. There's something extremely magical about kindergarten. It's just a magical time in their lives where they still love their teacher. One of my favorite things was that someone said I sang like Ariel, and they're like, wow, Miss Yamada, you can dance. I was like, okay, I can't imagine any other grades telling me that. So it's just really, really rewarding to be able to work with them.
My favorite thing about Miss Yamada is that she's kind and she helps us a lot. She's a very good teacher and she teaches very well.
Get ready to read a diagram with me.
I am in kindergarten, but Miss Yamada's teaching me 1st grade sounds.
Miss Yamada's class, we sing a lot.
I love the music in this classroom. Miss Yamada helps us learn music by just playing songs, and then we just have to repeat after the songs when it plays.
I absolutely love teaching through music and movement. They get so excited to sing these songs.
Just like a choo-choo train, choo-choo.
I just want them to have fun. I want them to remember these moments in kindergarten. They're going to learn the academics, but I want them to always remember, I remember when I did that in kindergarten. I remember when I sang that song, and that to me is a great joy. I want to see them grow, I want to see them succeed, and I want to be part of their journey to help them learn. It is truly an honor to be able to receive this award. It really holds dear to me just to be able to say that I did it, for all the people that believed in me, all my teachers, all my parents, my families, my students, and I am proud of myself for that.
Miss Yamada I'm so happy for you.
Congratulations, Miss Yamada. We're so proud of you.
Congratulations, Miss Yamada. Congratulations, Miss Yamada. I love you.
I love you, Miss Yamada.
Congratulations.
Prince? Day. Ready? In box number 2. Say box number 2. Here we go. D. A. Good, Avery. Saying it to yourself. Y. Day. Hands on head tells me you're ready. They both have a Y. Hey, so they must rhyme. Say and day. Do those 2 words rhyme? Very nice. I teach kindergarten at Pasadena Arts Magnet, and I've been teaching for 8 years. What's unique about my teaching style is I integrate the arts within my curriculum, and I do a lot of hands-on learning to sustain kindergartners' attention and engagement. We do a lot of full-body movements to help them understand different concepts and get their whole bodies moving to keep their attention, because they're squirrely.
I just cannot believe what it takes to get a group of barely 5-year-olds who may or may not have gone to preschool to learn to sit still, listen, work on a computer, write, read, learn their sounds and their colors. And she's such a pro that when we started our French program and we brought in a new French kinder teacher, I asked Ms. Webb to mentor that teacher. And now she's my lead teacher for kindergarten. Anything that we do at our school, Readers and Writers Workshop, she was a pioneer.
I like all the art we make. I like the reader and writer workshops. We like sound out the words in the roller coaster. It's like ah, 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 ah.
Turn and tell your partner the middle sound. Hi. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ani? I heard a lot of I's, that is correct. I. Hensley, ready? Eyes are reading, go. I was inspired to teach because I had really great teachers growing up. I wanted to teach kindergarten because I feel like it is the foundation of learning, and you get to be that inspiration to them while they're very young.
Ms. Webb says it in an easy way for us to learn.
I love that we do a lot of art and we learn a lot using music.
I'm super excited to get this award. I'm really grateful that my principal saw the potential within me, and I'm just really honored to receive this award.
Congratulations, Miss Webb. We are so proud of you. You make us proud every single day. Thank you. Congratulations. I can't wait to celebrate you.
Congratulations, Miss Webb. I'm so happy for her.
Congratulations, Miss Webb, for getting an award. Congratulations, Miss Webb. We're excited for you. Congratulations, Miss Webb. I love you.
The reason I come to school every day is, cheesy as it sounds, it's the kids. It's like forming relationships with the kids and knowing that you're going to have a lasting impact on them, making those connections, and when they trust you enough to like try new things, and when it works out for them and they learn things that they didn't think they could and you help them push beyond their limits, it's fun.
My favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she always comes up with super interesting topics to talk about, and we always get to write on super interesting things that I never ever written in any other English class.
Her style of teaching is very hands-on. Like, she always comes around and asks us when we are independently working. She's never like just sitting at her desk. She's always going around talking to students, making sure that they understand the concepts, that they understand what they're supposed to do.
I think that would be a good thing to go find Because people will be like, yeah, right? I mean, we want to dismiss things that make us uncomfortable. So I would say
what makes Miss Tucker different is that I feel very comfortable going to her. I feel like she's a very understanding teacher. And I also feel like whenever you're in her class, there's no sort of like, I don't feel nervous in her class. I don't feel like belittled or anything. I feel very just like encouraged and motivated to learn.
So my favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she's not vague about anything. She gets very to the point with everything, and she just wants to make sure that all of her students are very comfortable with what they're doing.
yes, ma'am. You want my help? Absolutely, I'll come over to you. Yes, Jocelyn. Absolutely, I'll come to you next.
She really understands where we come from. I had a rough day today, and the only thing that kept me here was this class, honestly.
My favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she's very nice. She's very supporting. You know, if you have something you want to tell her, you could just tell her. One of my teachers I was having an issue with, and she was like, here, let's go to the counselor right now. Let's get that sorted out. And she helped me. That was really nice.
I feel like she can give you advice for anything. Like, for example, like personal stuff that you're going through, like parent issues and stuff like that. And I feel very secure when I'm around her. I don't see Miss Tucker as not just a teacher, but like I could also see her as like a mother figure.
One thing that I would want my students to remember or take away from this class is that each one of them is unique and individual and worthy, and that no matter what the world does or says about them, it doesn't matter because they have everything they need for success.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker, for winning this award. I just want to thank you for how much you've helped me over this past school year, how much you encouraged me to learn, how you've taught me to really take care of myself as well as a student.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I really want to appreciate you personally for everything that you've done. I feel like I can count on you for anything, and you really, really deserve this award.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I'm not surprised you won.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. Thanks for being an awesome teacher this semester.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I haven't known you for that long, but you already impacted me and my life and my education.
I don't think of myself as like exemplary. I just think, you know, I'm here to just make a difference. The award itself, I mean, it's good. It makes, you know, I guess, I don't know. What the kids think matter more than the award.
Such an exciting day that we're cutting the ribbon for our new environmental science program. We're also going to offer world language through the Magnet Grant. It's a community school, and you can see the community is out here today enjoying everything that we have to offer.
We received a grant, about $3.2 million grant, to extend our magnet program and go into environmental studies and then the world language. And so what it does is that as we're going through global warming and all the things, the environmental changes, it gets our kids a first-hand look as far as what are some things that they can do and some job opportunities that they can go into also that will enhance them and also make career choices in the future.
I'm really excited about the environmental studies program. I think it's going to be fantastic.
I think that the earlier we can expose students to different kinds of learning opportunities, show them different ways that their real life application can be a part of their learning, I think it makes it more interesting. It makes it broader in terms of career opportunities, opportunities for the future, and ways that they can shape their futures now.
This new year is going to be really awesome with everything that's going on as far as the environmental studies and the world language, so I think it all kind of ties together.
It looks amazing, man. I like the upgrades, you know. It's looking really well.
I am so excited about our program here. I would like to welcome the whole community to Washington Elementary STEM Magnet and Environmental Studies World Language School. We invite all of you to come out at any time for a tour.
My name is Rogelio Macias. I've been working for PUSD 19 years. Now I'm head custodian 3 at John Muir High School.
Rogelio really always is such a positive light for our campus. We really couldn't function without him.
Rogelio is just an all-around, just great person, and he deserves this. He puts the time, effort, and energy in to make our campus look great.
He's very responsible. It makes us be responsible also.
Getting spaces ready for something, he does it with a smile, and he just is really a positive impact to our whole campus. Like, he's great.
We keep the campus clean because if we didn't, the students won't come to the school.
I always see Rogelio taking care of the school, and I always really respect him for that. I see how hard he works to make this campus clean so that we can come here and it's nice and organized.
This is special for me because, I think you recognize the people that work hard in the district. But it's not only me, it's the people behind me, my custodial crew, and we work together.
Rogelio, nomás le quiero dar las gracias por todo lo que ha hecho, no solamente por mí, pero por nuestra escuela y comunidad. Usted es una gran persona que siempre llevo muy dentro de mi corazón y felicidades en ese reconocimiento.
Rogelio, thank you for taking my phone calls, even when you're not working, for always constantly being there, for being supportive of your crew and of the school. I appreciate every moment that you give to our school site and that you constantly want this place to be the best school possible. So I can't thank you enough for your work, your effort, your time, and your energy. Appreciate you, sir. Go Mustangs.
I want to say thank you to all the administrative staff, Dr. Ray, Dr. Robles, Ms. Moore, teachers, and staff, especially my custodial crew.
My name is Melanie Gray. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Willard Elementary School, and I've been working for Pasadena Unified for 9 years. My favorite thing about being a teacher is watching them grow and develop and learn, especially in those areas where they thought that they couldn't. I have a lot of kids that'll come in beginning of the year and they'll say, I don't like math, I'm a bad writer, I don't like to read. And then to watch them blossom and grow in those areas where they lacked confidence and now they're trying it and they're excelling, I think I love that more than anything else.
I nominated Miss Gray because when it comes to teaching, Miss Gray is the whole package. She's got like a little bit of a magic touch, and I don't know how to explain it. When you're in her presence, you feel like, oh, okay. It's gonna be okay.
What makes Miss Gray special is her personality.
She loves to help people, which is something I really love about Miss Gray. And I feel she cares about all her kids every year.
The parents absolutely love Mrs. Gray, and this is unsolicited. I could just be walking from my office to the library, and if a parent might stop me and say, just Miss Gray is so amazing with my kid.
One of the things my daughter was struggling with was math when she came in. My daughter was fortunate enough to have Mrs. Gray for 2 years, and by the end of her first year, my daughter went from struggling with math to being part of the math team.
In Miss Gray's class, we learned so much. She makes it fun though.
Being in Miss Gray's class is fun because learning isn't just boring.
I like it that she tries to make us learn, but at the same time have fun. She understands how different people read in different ways. She understands how people learn different ways. I feel like she knows all the ways to help kids.
I think it was last week where I saw how our students are thriving, making their presentations to everyone, and it was just amazing from top to bottom that these were fifth graders that were going up and presenting, much like I see 20-year-olds doing in my industries. And that was something that she was able to nurture out of all the students. I know that one of my daughters in her class, she's getting a world-class education, which I feel very fortunate as a parent that my child is getting that.
She helps us like a ton, and she'll like walk around and check in with us, see how we're doing.
And actually like sits there step by step by step until they get it.
And she's always there by my side to help me, which I really appreciate.
I haven't really struggled with anything in Ms. Gray's class because she helps us and pays attention.
No true learning happens without building relationships with students. It is a challenge trying to meet all of their needs, but it's definitely a challenge that I'm up to and that I really work hard to try to meet all the needs of the students as best as I can. And I build relationships with the kids, and that helps them to get comfortable, and be successful.
Thanks to Miss Gray, yes, I feel I'm ready for the 6th grade. She made me overcome my fear of speaking in front of the class, and when I feel I can't do it, she's always there to help support me. I probably wouldn't even feel comfortable doing this interview if it wasn't for Miss Gray.
Melanie, I want to congratulate you. I am so thrilled for you.
Congratulations, Mrs. Gray. We're really proud of you, and it's a very well-deserved award.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I'm really proud that you got this award, and I think you really deserve it. Great job.
I'm so excited that we get to share how wonderful you are with our greater community. You are more than deserving, and we are just honored to be able to share this moment with you. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Gray, on winning Teacher of the Year. You deserve it, and you're the best teacher ever.
Good job. I'm glad you won this award. You deserve it. You're the greatest teacher.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. You deserve this. You really are one of the best teachers in the world. And Miss Gray, you're my favorite teacher.
You're the best teacher ever.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I really love you, and I think you're the best teacher I've ever had.
I've been teaching for 16 years in Pasadena Unified School District, and I've been at Hamilton for 8 years. I want to see your beautiful smile. I've always loved and enjoyed working with the younger kids. There's something extremely magical about kindergarten. It's just a magical time in their lives where they still love their teacher. One of my favorite things was that someone said I sang like Ariel, and they're like, wow, Miss Yamada, you can dance. I was like, okay, I can't imagine any other grades telling me that. So it's just really, really rewarding to be able to work with them.
My favorite thing about Miss Yamada is that she's kind and she helps us a lot. She's a very good teacher and she teaches very well.
Get ready to read a diagram with me.
I am in kindergarten, but Miss Yamada's teaching me first grade sounds.
Miss Yamada's class, we sing a lot.
I love the music in this classroom. Miss Yamada helps us learn music by just playing songs, and then we just have to repeat after the songs when it plays.
I absolutely love teaching through music and movement. They get so excited to sing these songs.
Just like a choo-choo train, choo-choo.
I just want them to have fun. I want them to remember these moments in kindergarten. They're going to learn the academics, but I want them to always remember, I remember when I did that in kindergarten. I remember when I sang that song, and that to me is a great joy. I want to see them grow, I want to see them succeed, and I want to be part of their journey to help them learn. It is truly an honor to be able to receive this award. It really holds dear to me just to be able to say that I did it, for all the people that believed in me, all my teachers, all my parents, my families, my students, and I am proud of myself for that.
Miss Yamada, I'm so happy for you.
Congratulations, Miss Yamada. We're so proud of you.
Congratulations, Miss Yamada. Congratulations, Miss Yamada. I love you.
I love you, Miss Yamada.
Congratulations.
Prince? Day. Ready? In box number 2. Say box number 2. Here we go. D. A. Good, Avery. Saying it to yourself. Y. Day. Hands on head tells me you're ready. They both have a Y. Hey, so they must rhyme. Say and day. Do those two words rhyme? Very nice.
I teach kindergarten at Pasadena Arts Magnet, and I've been teaching for 8 years. What's unique about my teaching style is I integrate the arts within my curriculum, and I do a lot of hands-on learning to sustain kindergartners' attention and engagement. We do a lot of full-body movements to help them understand different concepts and get their whole bodies moving to keep their attention, because they're squirrely.
I just cannot believe what it takes to get a group of barely 5-year-olds who may or may not have gone to preschool to learn to sit still, listen, work on a computer, write, read, learn their sounds and their colors. And she's such a pro that when we started our French program and we brought in a new French kinder teacher, I asked Ms. Webb to mentor that teacher. And now she's my lead teacher for kindergarten. Anything that we do at our school, Readers and Writers Workshop, she was a pioneer.
I like all the art we make. I like the reader and writer workshops. We like sound out the words in the roller coaster. It's like ah, 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 ah.
Turn and tell your partner the middle sound. Hi. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ani? I heard a lot of I's, that is correct. I. Hensley, ready? Eyes are reading, go. I.
I was inspired to teach because I had really great teachers growing up. I wanted to teach kindergarten because I feel like it is the foundation of learning, and you get to be that inspiration to them while they're very young.
Ms. Webb says it in an easy way for us to learn. I love that we do a lot of art and we learn a lot using music.
I'm super excited to get this award. I'm really grateful that my principal saw the potential within me, and I'm just really honored to receive this award.
Congratulations, Miss Webb. We are so proud of you. You make us proud every single day. Thank you. Congratulations. I can't wait to celebrate you.
Congratulations, Miss Webb. I'm so happy for her. Congratulations, Miss Webb, for getting an award. Congratulations, Miss Webb. We're excited for you. Congratulations, Miss Webb. I love you.
The reason I come to school every day is, cheesy as it sounds, it's the kids. It's like forming relationships with the kids and knowing that you're going to have a lasting impact on them, making those connections, and when they trust you enough to like try new things, and when it works out for them and they learn things that they didn't think they could, and you help them push beyond their limits, it's fun.
My favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she always comes up with super interesting topics to talk about, and we always get to write on super interesting things that I never ever written in any other English class.
herself. Teaching is very hands-on. Like, she always comes around and asks us when we are independently working. She's never like just sitting at her desk. She's always going around talking to students, making sure that they understand the concepts, that they understand what they're supposed to do.
I think that would be a good thing to go find, because people will be like, yeah, right? I mean, we want to dismiss things that make us uncomfortable. So I would say
what makes Miss Tucker different is that I feel very comfortable going to her. I feel like she's a very understanding teacher. And I also feel like whenever you're in her class, there's no sort of like, I don't feel nervous in her class. I don't feel like belittled or anything. I feel very just like encouraged and motivated to learn.
So my favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she's not vague about anything. She gets very to the point with everything, and she just wants to make sure that all of her students are very comfortable with what they're doing.
yes, ma'am. You want my help? Absolutely, I'll come over to you. Yes, Jocelyn. Absolutely, I'll come to you next.
She really understands where we come from. I had a rough day today, and the only thing that kept me here was this class, honestly.
My favorite thing about Miss Tucker is she's very nice. She's very supporting. You know, if you have something you want to tell her, you could just tell her. One of my teachers I was having an issue with, and she was like, here, let's go to the counselor right now. Let's get that sorted out. And she helped me. That was really nice.
I feel like she can give you advice for anything. Like, for example, like personal stuff that you're going through, like parent issues and stuff like that. And I feel very secure when I'm around her. I don't see Miss Tucker as not just a teacher, but like I could also see her as like a mother figure.
One thing that I would want my students to remember or take away from this class is that each one of them is unique and individual and worthy, and that no matter what the world does or says about them, it doesn't matter because they have everything they need for success.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker, for winning this award. I just want to thank you for how much you've helped me over this past school year, how much you encouraged me to learn, how you've taught me to really take care of myself as well as a student.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I really want to appreciate you personally for everything that you've done. I feel like I can count on you for anything, and you really, really deserve this award.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I'm not surprised you won.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. Thanks for being an awesome teacher this semester.
Congratulations, Miss Tucker. I haven't known you for that long, but you already impacted me and my life and my education.
I don't think of myself as like exemplary. I just think, you know, I'm here to just make a difference. The award itself, I mean, it's good. It makes, you know, I guess, I don't know. What the kids think matter more than the award.
Such an exciting day that we're cutting the ribbon for our new environmental science program. We're also going to offer world language through the Magnet Grant. It's a community school, and you can see the community is out here today enjoying everything that we have to offer.
We received a grant, about $3.2 million grant, to extend our Magnet program and go into environmental studies and then the world language. And so what it does is that as we're going through global warming and all the things, environmental changes, it gets our kids a first-hand look as far as what are some things that they can do and some job opportunities they can go into also that will enhance them and also make career choices in the future.
I'm really excited about the environmental studies program. I think it's going to be fantastic.
I think that the earlier we can expose students to different kinds of learning opportunities, show them different ways that their real life application can be a part of their learning. I think it makes it more interesting. It makes it broader in terms of career opportunities, opportunities for the future, and ways that they can shape their futures now.
This new year is going to be really awesome with everything that's going on as far as the environmental studies and the world language. So I think it all kind of ties together.
It's amazing, man. I like the upgrades. You know, it's looking really well.
I am so excited about our program here. I would like to welcome the whole community to Washington Elementary STEM Magnet and Environmental Studies World Language School. We invite all of you to come out at any time for a tour.
Public announcement of closed session actions taken concerning item D1, case number 959308. By a vote of 7-0, the board approves entering into the proposed settlement agreement. Concerning item D2, case number 926647, by a vote of 7-0, the board approves entering into the proposed settlement agreement. Concerning item D3, case number 2023-010739, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D4, case number 2024-010618, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D5, case number 2024-020928, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D6, case number 2024-050442, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. And I'm going to adjourn to closed session. And call us to order.
Here.
Here. Presente. Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Do we have any public comment cards? Any emails?
Yeah, just make an announcement. Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comments via email. It will be part of our permanent record for this meeting. Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, comment from labor unions. I know, I did get a PowerPoint, but no one's here. All right, we will. Well, I mean, public comment was scheduled for 5:30, and unfortunately, I anticipated hordes of people, as well as maybe the speakers who came after. All right, we will move on. I was being facetious, sorry. Board committee reports.
Equity will resume its meetings in August.
Do you have the date for us?
It's on our agendas.
All right, any other committee reports?
So Facilities Committee, we had an update on some improvements, including possibly bringing back to the board the Washington Elementary window repair, possibly in September. And we're ongoing. We have sort of the relocation needs updates. We just started that last month as far as Longfellow and Madison. And we had a really nice presentation by a community partner regarding the California School District Organic Waste Management and Regulatory Compliance. So if you want to watch that, it's recorded. And then an update on the restroom and sanitation, which we will probably bring back at the next meeting in August. And I believe that's it. And our next meeting is August 13th. Thank you. Every second Tuesday.
So our committees are dark in July, sounds like, okay. Policy met on June 5th, and we did quite a few policies. You'll see them on tonight's agenda. So at this point, we only have about 20 old ones left. I think we'll probably have gotten approximately 20 more that came in June. So at our next meeting, which is in August, on August 7th, we'll be doing those. But I wanted to say thanks to Amelia Sanchez really helping us kind of catch up on that backlog that had developed over pandemic. So I know someone had asked, why are there so many policies? And we've just been trying to catch up. So it should slow down after maybe one more time, and actually this may be the largest amount that there is. If there's any other, Michelle?
So the Ledge Advocacy Committee met on June 12th, and one of the things that we talked about was how to manage public records requests in a way that is less burdensome on staff. We also discussed the possibility of bringing in monthly speakers for the committee to address various topics, and also looking at some other topics to think about in terms of things that would align well with our legislative agenda, priorities, and also advocacy for the district.
And just to add, we did talk about asking staff, I guess basically making a recommendation to staff to, if possible, look at hiring someone to handle the public records request. Since it seems to be really taxing for our staff that's currently assigned to do that. And we did talk about the likelihood of establishing our own legal department here at the district office. But that was just talk. We're going to talk about that some more.
On the hiring someone for public records, is that a recommendation for the board, or?
Not, well, the board doesn't hire, so.
No, I know, but I mean, okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about it.
All right. I had a request. I know that many of our committees have been offering a hybrid option, and I was going to ask that the rest of the committees do as well. I think that makes it easier for the public to attend. We've got positive feedback. I know we've had people attend equity. I think people attend facilities.
I don't think I have an interest in doing that. I don't think that's something, I know it's going to evolve into becoming mandatory. And while we may not go by Robert's rules any longer, it's not a violation of the Brown Act, or a requirement, I should say, of the Brown Act that we do so, and I don't want to set the precedence.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it has anything to do with the Brown Act. I'm saying in terms of transparency and allowing people to participate.
I'd rather have people show up. I don't know that anybody that wants to show up to the committee that I'm on. We do it in facilities, but I'm not
I'd
the
like
chair
to
of
attend.
facilities, so.
I'd like to attend the ledge having to
committee?
come down, but.
Yeah, I think it's just too much. We're putting so much on staff right now, and if it's something that's not mandatory, I'd rather not put that burden on them. If you've ever been staff, you know exactly what those pressures and what that feels like. And before COVID, folks who wanted to participate showed up. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying it's not something that's mandatory. I don't want to set the precedents, and I frankly haven't had anyone to say that, you know, they wanted to come to Ledge and haven't been able to attend. And then there's always the minutes and the information that's posted on the website. But I'm more concerned about the demands that we place on staff when we have to do that.
Tina?
So I don't know how other committees do. We allow the public to submit comment online, but more like compromise could be just turning the camera on and just the people at home can watch. They may not. It is maybe a lot of extra work to do the online commenting, but just for them to be able to just view what in real time might be a nice compromise.
Point of clarification, are we still in board reports, or is this new business? Is this new business as it relates to committees?
Yeah, because it was about committees.
Oh, then I want to talk about something new business as it relates to committees.
Okay, so it's about committees.
It is about the committees, yeah.
Okay.
I know that policy committee had revised before last year, revised the cell phone policy, and I know that safety had revised the policy for cell phones, and I wanted to know if that is coming back so that we can approve some sort of policy for the district to follow in the next academic year.
Dr. Reynoso's here as well, but our decision was to try to enforce the policy that we currently have, and, then get feedback from staff, because we don't want to create more situations that would be discipline. As I was visiting some of the summer programs, I saw teachers using the cell phones in a very productive way with their classrooms, so I think there could be mixed feelings from instructors on how they use the cell phones. And then also observed in a couple classes where when they take a break, they let the students look at them and as part of the break, and then they put them away again. So I think there's a lot of different maybe views of how they can be used for instruction. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Reynoso?
And I appreciate that acknowledgement. I think what we discussed in our safety committee meeting, and have been for the last couple of years, is our policy is for instructional use only, period. So filming fights, filming, negative behavior, filming situations. So what we revisited in the safety committee meeting is reestablishing that. It has been our parent-student handbook, but it hasn't been as pointed out as intentionally as it needs to, and that's what we spent a lot of time with. We reviewed the policy that we already have, and so we're working with Hilda, our PIO, to establish some posters that will go out for handbook at the school site level, and then to actually have them posted around school in classrooms, because what we didn't want to have happen is to put this burden on just the teachers to say, oh, they have to handle this. We also did on Tuesday, like Dr. Blanco mentioned, I did ask a little bit about what the policy some of our admin do when that comes. And so I got some insight on how we can support our sites when this happens. I think our biggest challenge right now is marketing and having families understand that instructional time needs to be distraction-free. And so that means we have to work through that. So I'm open to wanting to find out more, but we are going to enhance the kind of marketing end of things.
So I want to jump in and say we've now actually gone away from committees into a topic, which is cell phone usage. And so we're violating the Brown Act. And so if people want to ask us to agendize this, although it sounds like it may need to come to the full board, I don't know that, the last time we would have updated a policy was because something changed, that came from the legislation. So is there a request to put this on as an agenda?
To clarify, the spirit of my question was, I know that it has been addressed in policy, and I know it has been addressed recently in safety. And I just wanted to know where in the decision-making process it was to understand whether or not it was going to make it here.
Okay, so it sounds like at this time, there's no intent to change policy unless this board wants to agendize it and have a conversation.
I would like to agendize and request a conversation, because there were a couple of things that were said that inspired some additional questions.
Is that,
for example, what does a cell phone do that a computer doesn't?
Is there a consensus that we would like to come back to the full board for a conversation?
I'll second the request.
I'm just looking for consensus. Okay, so we will schedule that at a future meeting. And I'm going to use this opportunity to segue into a sheet of paper that I brought this evening, and it's in response really to some concerns that were raised by staff about clarity of direction from the board. And I think we all know that the board makes decisions as a body, not as individuals, but board members often are sharing ideas, making suggestions. Sometimes those feel like requests to staff, but I want to remind all of us, not just the board, but also our friends on staff, that communications from board members are not directives, and that our staff should really only take direction from things that we vote on during the meeting, or if their boss or their boss's boss tells them to take action, that staff shouldn't feel bad about just reminding board members that, thank you for your wonderful idea, but I have to check with my boss, or that's not going to fit in the schedule, whatever the response is, and then we just have to be okay hearing that. So I'm going to attempt tonight to just kind of keep track of things we say during the board meeting that might be perceived as asks, and then just making sure whether they really are board direction or not. I didn't realize, and I should have, that principals watch our meetings, that they might be taking random things we say and running off and starting to do work that we may not even realize happened. So, and we'll see how that goes, because that's another thing to concentrate on. But thank you for indulging me and letting me put that in under board committees. All right, moving. I see Jonathan. What would the board like to do about this? All right.
Do we need a motion for that or no?
Come on up.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that you all are being efficient with your time, and I appreciate that you are, and I'm sorry I'm late, so thank you for the time. So echoing some of the slides I shared last time, I just want to make sure that the board and community are aware of these sorts of realities that we bring into the new year that should be considered in any adjustments to the budget that may happen coming forward. There was some distrust, especially amongst, say, our psychologists with the large cuts to their numbers. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind with any future cuts, that we are very clear in expressing exactly why and to whom. I know there was a rationale. I understand the rationale, but the more, anytime we have these large cuts, the more that can be communicated specifically with those members and how things are going to work out as a result. It's just really, I know it's really hard in the special ed department right now because we're in transition and all these other things are in transition, but I just want to make sure that if we are going to have large cuts in a particular area, that we make sure that we're careful with that. The next thing I want to call out is the fact that we did have salary settlements that were not equal. UTP was at 10%, which we appreciated, but then APSA got not only the same, but more. And it's important to keep that in mind for future negotiations and for the next part about admin to teacher ratio. How does it get better, the admin to teacher ratio, which, if you remember, we had to pay a fine about this last year. How does it get better if a higher percentage of teachers are laid off than admin? So please consider that for the future. And we may even need to make adjustments in the fall in order to make sure this happens. In addition, I want to echo my comments from a couple weeks ago. If our expenditures, including LCAP, are continuing to be planned away from the classroom, that's going to get us further and further away from what I hope would be our outcome, which is focus and emphasis on what happens in the classroom. So we had a large reduction in certificated non-management for last year. The budget shows an increase in general administration. Whether or not that's going to materialize, the budget percentage shows an increase. And so right now it shows that there's a 55% budgeted for the classroom, whereas other districts like Downey managed to get it to more like 67%. But my concern is that if there are further cuts or some hires don't materialize or similar, that will drop again down to 53% and we'll be in a similar situation to what the audit finding was for this year. So I hope that we'll consider that. Narrowing in on child development, it is troubling that in the budget there's a reduction in certificated non-management for child development, and there's an increase in general administration costs for child development. Ultimately, the outcome is that we have unfair compensation and poor budget priorities. If we want our youngest to have the best possible start, we we need to make sure that we properly compensate our child development staff. So I hope that that will be on, it's a different budget, it's handled differently, it's, the realities of the budget as a whole should not factor into doing what's right by the child development folks. So I hear that there were some responses to this, but I didn't personally hear them. So I believe that in the future, especially, and starting in the fall, that we should be using existing personnel, like any personnel that we have extra, so to speak, to reduce kinder, first, 7th, and 9th class sizes. This would let us avoid layoffs in the coming year, and let us kind of reduce by attrition as opposed to the costly and painful process of reduction in force notices and all that goes with that. It would also ensure smoother transitions at the kinder, first, 7th, and 9th grade levels, and it would be extra staff in the classroom, so it would help make sure that we are expending in the classroom. In addition, we really believe that the pupil services social workers is a better way to use our human resources instead of what we currently have, which I believe both categories of social workers are well, they would normally be unrepresented. They're under APSA right now. But in the past, we had pupil services social workers, and I believe that we would be in a better place if that is where we move to. The last thing that was requested by an AP teacher, but I think it is important to consider, is that if we pay or find a way to pay for all AP tests for enrolled AP students, or at least subsidize, we will encourage their best effort in those associated classes. Just something to consider. It causes some weird dynamics in classes when you have some students that are having to scrimp and save and figure out which AP tests they're going to pay for, and others that are able, either because they get free reduced or because they're they're just wealthy enough, get it paid for, right? So filling in essentially the donut hole that winds up appearing with the way that College Board works right now. And then when we write the new LCAP, I truly believe that we should follow the example of Corona, Norco, and other districts that partner directly with their labor and parents in the actual writing of the LCAP. Feedback is not the same as partnership, and that's what I want to say about that. And then I really don't believe that we have engaged in meaningful budget trade-off conversations, and we need to truly consider an A option versus a B option with comparable cost. In general, it seems like we go with, oh, this is what the kids are going to need. Well, there could be another way to accomplish that same goal, but we don't consider it. And because whoever's writing the LCAP or whoever's suggesting it doesn't allow for that conversation to be robust. I did want to make a good call out. I'm grateful to Mr. Udo, the business department team, and of course all the other departments that worked with the business department on implementing electronic timesheets. Our UTP members have been able to navigate those smoothly. There's more transparency in the process for all. I had a question about where my summer one was at, and I was able to follow up immediately because I knew which department to reach out to, which is great. And it was handled almost before I sent the email. So I appreciate that things are able to be handled well and quickly this way. There's still paper timesheets, of course, for backup when there's an issue with the PR or whatever, but I just appreciate that the effort was put in and that my request has come to fruition. So, and that's all I have. Thank you for giving me your time, and thank you for the rest. Have a good rest of the meeting.
Thank you. All right, the next agenda item is an action item, recommendation for expulsion, student ID 945334. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, okay. Michelle's in favor as well, so 7-0. All right. All right, the next item on our agenda, approval of submission of local indicators to the California Department of Education dashboard for fall 2024. Dr. Rennie.
Good evening, Board President Kenny, Superintendent Blanco, Board Trustees, SLT, those of joining us over the internet in the public. My name is Dr. David Rennie. I am the Coordinator for Continuous Improvement and Performance Data Management, and I have the pleasure of presenting this year's local indicators reports, which I also had the honor of presenting last year as well. And first, I just wanted to start with a little bit of background, which this is a set of reports that are required to be, under California law, presented to every board at the meeting where they formally adopt the local control and accountability plan, otherwise referred to as the LCAP. And really, this is a kind of add-on that rides in parallel to all of the data reporting that the state performs on their side for holding LEAs, which is collectively all charter schools and school districts in California that are publicly funded, to the funding formula that is aligned to the 8 state priorities. A lot of the mechanisms in that accountability system are collected by the state through regular submissions such as student testing, attendance, and discipline data. However, there's also a set of local data that LEAs, school districts, are really offered opportunities to engage in self-reflection on, and that's really what these reports are summarizing, is where is the local data pointing to opportunities of celebrating strength, identifying areas for future improvement, and really driving a conversation that is an ongoing self-reflection. So all of these reports are completed through a completion of a self-reflection template that is adopted by the California Department of Education. And over time, it may adjust year to year, but each of these are placed into one large report that we then provide to the board. The first priority area is priority area 1, which is collectively referred to as basic services, and this really looks at the number of students that did not have access to course materials, as well as teacher misassignment rates, and it also looks at our facilities that students are actually going to school in. And the 3 components of this particular element of the report are really just straightforward summary reports. The first one is that the number of students that have that do not have their own copy, for the past multiple years, we have had no instances of students that lack the appropriate materials in their classrooms. Also, the facilities inspection tools are something that, when you saw this in February, we were reporting on prior facility inspection reports, and we've had an update since then. So these are the most recently available facility inspection tools, and right now none of our school sites are receiving a summative rating that places them below a good repair status summative score. I do like to remind everyone that that is an instance where it is a snapshot in time of the facilities inspection tool, and that is something that is required to be done at every school site at least once annually. And in terms of the LEA's teacher assignment monitoring outcome, this is actually a very interesting report because the state about 3 or 4 years ago shifted the format of how teacher misassignments were reported, and they now align to what is referred to as the federal definition for our clear credentialing. And of our 698.9 full-time equivalents, 83.4% of them are classified as clear credentialing, meaning that when they match the student's enrollment to the teacher's credentialing, there is an appropriately assigned teacher for the content that is being delivered either in that period or for the full day. And 2% are classified as out of field, and out of field could just mean that, for example, it may be a teacher that is kind of long-term subbing for a particular content area, and there was not an appropriately credentialed substitute, but this is a credentialed individual that is actually in the classroom with students. And I did not include it in the actual report itself, but I did include this in the presentation. There are certain assignment options that California does consider to be legal that when you crosswalk them to the federal definition of teacher assignment monitoring, they don't end up in a completely clear credentialing. And that is something that I did provide a link to just as context. I'm more than happy to answer any questions around the technical nuances of each of those definitions at the end of this presentation. Transitioning to priority 2, this is really focusing on the implementation of state standards, and there's really 2 sets of distinct standards that we talk about when we look at priority 2. The first is what we all refer to as kind of the core academics, science, English language arts, mathematics, and history/social studies, with an added focus of English language development. Those are the core academic standards that we expect all of our students to engage in, as well as our emergent multilingual learners. You can see that really as we have been transitioning and reviewing our English learner master plan and actually looking at where are the strengths and opportunities within our overall implementation, while we are at a high self-reflection score for our professional learning, you do see that within the availability of materials, we are revising our English learner English language development materials to really more closely align with what our students actually need in that moment. And so in prior years where it may have been rated at either a 4, we've reverted back to a 3 because we are in that process now of revamping what should be made available. And then in terms of implementing policies and programs, this goes to a lot of the work that our policy committee has been doing, as well as the piloting of instructional materials and making sure that we have high quality instructional materials. We have now clear across the board reached 4s or 5s within our improving of instructional delivery from a policy and programmatic standpoint. And then transitioning away from the core standards and actually looking at the next set, this is really where we get into those kind of what at the elementary grade levels we might refer to as connectors or connections, but in secondary they become the pathways, they become the electives, they become all of the well-rounded and compulsory education standards. So when we look at that and we look at the implementation of our career technical education, health education, physical ed, performing arts, and world languages, we are at a spot where we can say that we have fully implemented those standards, and we're now seeking out ways to actually streamline them to make them not just implemented, but also sustainable across the system. And as we bring people in, how do we provide professional support to implement and sustain as we have that happen? And then in terms of looking at our overall identifying PD professional development needs of groups of teachers, upon reflection this year from our Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development Department, they did cite that when tracking groups of teachers and the needs that groups need, that has been something that is very much a system that we have built out. But when it comes to targeting the individual professional development needs of a teacher and connecting a teacher with the appropriate materials that they would need to develop as an individual, that is something that we are in the stages of trying to connect the dots down to that individual level rather than looking at school or grade level professional or content level professional development. And then within priority area 3, parent involvement and engagement, you will notice that this slide is very dense, and that is because this is probably one of the meatiest local indicator reports. And some highlights that I will just throw out here, more from the narrative rather than our ratings, is as a reminder, our Family Engagement Office has done an awful lot of work this year, specifically around leveraging both our Black Student Family Success Task Force initiative and really coming to bear with the idea of, as we engaged families, taking those same structures and building them out and really theorizing how do we bring that forward into the next school year. The other added piece was that there was a very intentional collaboration with the Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development Department this year to provide professional development to the community liaisons and community advocates that were present at every school site. And as they have seen that parent engagement begin to increase and parents have a more favorable response rate on our LCAP survey and on our California Healthy Kids survey, they are now looking at next year trying to build into that even further and really expand that not just to the community advocates and liaisons, but also classroom teachers and school leaders, and really partnering with the CIPD department as a form of partnership to further the agenda of increasing overall family engagement as just a way that we do things across the district rather than having it be housed within just one particular department. And then within school climate, this year was kind of a very mixed bag of results from our Panorama survey, in the sense of our overall administration, as a reminder, is grades 3 through 12 for our Panorama school climate. There is an elementary and secondary version, and there are certain constructs that are measured on our secondary that are not necessarily included on our elementary because it's not as age appropriate. The overall lower response rate, in response to that, for the upcoming year, we are actually widening the survey window. This year, we had the surveys open, I believe, for about 6 to 8 weeks, and we're actually going to widen the window to afford school sites an opportunity to have more flexibility with when they actually administer the survey so that it can be fit into their schedule prior to spring break. That'll also afford us an opportunity to possibly reopen the window for school sites that don't respond prior to spring break, to have them actually have the survey completed when they come back from spring break. But one thing that I do want to highlight is, of the respondents that we had, when we drilled down to it, we did see that there was an increase of approximately 4 percentage points from the prior year when it comes to school safety. It is still a very low favorability rating, but 4 percentage points of increase is still something to highlight amongst the respondents. And in terms of supportive relationships, this is actually not an area that is required by the local indicator, but we do prioritize looking at supportive relationships because we recognize that our students are not individuals just going to a school building and going, I feel safe or I feel connected, but that it really is grounded in the relationships that they're building with adult staff members and their peers. The peers are measured in connectedness, but the supportive relationships are really where the adults step in. And what I'm happy to say is that our supportive relationships over multiple years has consistently been one of the highest performing constructs within our school climate survey. And this year, amongst those that did respond, we did see a general favorability increase of 3%. And in terms of looking at overall areas to focus on for the upcoming year, again, really looking at how do we increase that response rate while also honoring the fact that we want to provide flexibility to school sites in deciding when to administer the survey, while simultaneously also increasing and improving sense of belonging for secondary students, because that has been one of the single hardest things for us to move the needle on year over year. And that has been something that I will say Dr. Reynoso's team has been phenomenal thought partners in for how they will actually begin to move that needle moving into the next school year. And for Priority 7, access to a broad course of study, this is actually the first time that we've engaged in a more robust data reporting format. I did send a Friday communique sharing a available dashboard that looks at overrepresentation and underrepresentation of student groups versus actual enrollment by school site by course level, where we look at if a school has a certain composition of students that are free and reduced lunch, and we look at a specific course enrollment, we would expect a certain percentage of students within that course to match the overall composition of the school. And when we actually look at the enrollment, does it fall within that expected range? And if not, we say it's overrepresentation or underrepresentation. This really is the first step in really a more strategic plan to look at structural inequities as well that may be present. We actually focused first by centering enrollment because we have more concrete data on that that can be systematically reviewed. And what we found when we did that is that more often than not, when it comes to our AP and International Baccalaureate classes, we are seeing overrepresentation of white students, and we are seeing underrepresentation of free and reduced lunch students. And just for context, overrepresentation is not inherently bad when it's in a course if there's a reason for it. For example, English learners are overrepresented in every single English language development course. There is a reason for that. So I just highlight that as a way to try to shift the mindset away from that good, bad binary to here is the descriptive of the outcome that we're analyzing. Why might that be happening? And is that the outcome that we want? We can then engage in a different thought process around what might be some structural ways to look at that. Some next steps directly coming out of this are really looking at master scheduling techniques, because we did see certain school sites where overrepresentation and underrepresentation occurred much less frequently than other school sites. So really, how are they prioritizing their master scheduling development to minimize that? Also looking at the overall reclassification rate of students that are English learners so that they can be reclassified and not have to basically lose an elective when they get into their grade 9 through 12 grade span. And with that, I will pause for any questions.
Tina?
Thank you, Dr. Annie, for the presentation, and thank you. You probably answered my questions before the meeting as well. For the school climate, I asked for the last year's percentages, and you said it went up like 4%, 3%, and I just wanted to know from what. So thank you for the answer. And then the data that you gave me was broken up by elementary and secondary. So I was just wondering if the 4% increase for the safety was for both of those groups, or was it different?
I would need to double check. Normally when I reduce something down to a single metric, I usually do a weighted average. So that would mean that if it was like a 6% increase in elementary and a 2% in high school, I would kind of weight them so that if we had more participants in the elementary school, it would reflect more of their increase rather than the secondary.
But they definitely both increased.
I can't say with any certainty right off the top of my head.
All right. And then, yeah, same for the supportive relationship. So the benefit of disaggregation is to really see, of the subgroups, which are doing really well and which are doing, maybe not so well. So, and then you offered to provide data later on something. How many respondents disaggregated by school? So same thing with school is like, I'm sure there must be a disparity per school as far as the response rate. So I would be curious to know how these numbers are more represented in which schools.
So with that, we do have the ability to look at response rates as surveys are coming in and once they've closed. It's just not an easily exportable data extract. It doesn't just pop out a PDF like it does with some of the other reports. And with the disaggregation, we do provide the disaggregation by student group across the different constructs within the larger report. However, when we go to upload to the overall local indicators dashboard, they only allow us to copy and paste like the actual prompts that were responded to. But they are providing an opportunity this year to actually link to a full report if you would like to do that.
Okay, and then last was the priority 7 on the, I asked about the reclassification rates and how you'd like to analyze the potential barriers. And you said this work is underway and we can provide a Friday communique on how that's going.
So that is work that I know that is being done by my colleagues in the language assessment and development department. I don't have an exact schedule or pulse on where they're at in that analysis. I do know that Mr. Ibarra had approached me to kind of see how might we estimate an early reclassification rate and then also identify what students have made progress on the English learner, the LP, the English Language Development Indicator, progress indicator. Like dashboard is not in my brain right now, LCAP mode. But that is something that I know that they've also been doing some work on their side, and that's where, because this analysis is kind of taking 2 different groups of people, I can only speak to the part that I'm on, which is I haven't performed the calculation yet, so I will be happy to do that once I have it ready, and then send a Friday communique once I have all of their program stuff as well.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions. So, the facilities reports, I asked if they were available to the public, and the answer was anyone who has the link can see them. So what I'm wondering is, can the public see them, and is there a place where the public can find them?
So the answer to that is yes, but. And the reason I'm saying but is because we are working to determine where exactly on our website it should reside, because on the one hand, it's a facilities report. Facilities may be the most appropriate place for that link to appear, yet this is also being reported for accountability. Should it really be on the accountability page? And but the link is there, it's ready to go. It just needs to have that decision made, and we're collaborating with that.
Excellent.
Dr. Rennie, isn't it part of the SARC too?
So the SARC does report, I believe, on the aggregate domains, but the actual physical SARC does not provide the PDF of the summary report that goes into much greater detail of what they inspected when they look at the fit. So for example, that some of our larger schools of fit might be 9 pages worth of information, where the SARC is just reporting on the totality of, I believe, the 4 or 5 different areas that the fit is reporting on.
On the teacher assignments, so do we have access internally to more recent data? I know you said that, so the CDE, who, there was a whole story in EdSource about how they're not being terribly timely with some of their data, but can we see our 22-23 data, or is it not in a format that's usable?
So it's complicated in that what happens when we download various items out of CalSAS internally, we do not get the same classifications and outcomes that they're reporting on here. We get either exception code E9 or, and that's really where you need someone who is familiar with credentialing to actually say, like, is an E9 going to result in an out-of-field designation? And that's really where the big challenge, because CalSAS is also new for California, is that they are also working out some of those kinks, because for the benefit of anyone on the board that does not know this, and for our public at home as well, CalSAS is actually taking a combination of your student enrollment data, your student course data, and teacher credentialing data, which are actually 3 completely different sets of data, and applying a bunch of different business rules to determine, is this teacher actually allowed, quote unquote, allowed to teach this particular student, this particular subject at this particular moment in the day? And that creates a lot of different moving parts, and the state of California is still trying to streamline that and even support LEAs with reporting what they need to report, even within CalPADS.
So is that linked? Because I asked a question, so that it seems like for, I think it was unknown and, sorry, incomplete. So the way they describe those, it sounds like we're not providing them with enough information, or is it more like what you were just saying?
I mean, it really is a bit more nuanced. So in the incomplete, it's really looking at more around, they can't even match the credentialing information of the teacher to the actual course. And because they can't do that teacher match, it's something that they can't even say, like, we know that we can make a determination. Whereas for unknown, there may be information that they see in a student submission, and it might be one student, that they then need additional information about the course or the teacher that wasn't provided for that particular course at that particular site. So it's a matter of really looking at how do we review where our system might be missing some of that, and where might we need to put in some additional triggers and safeguards, because it's really a matter of pulling the information out of your student information system to then submit to CalPADS, which is another step as well.
Because it's 8.3%, so I'm just, that, you think that's a place where we could get better? And
the answer to that is yes, where I would say to be cautious is to not set a goal to be like 0%, because the reality of just sometimes it gets complicated. But I do think that starting from just the review of where are the missing course pieces of information, and that's something that we would need to sit down, knowing, for example, this particular outcome, and then pulling this year's submission out of CalSAS and actually going through line by line to say, oh, this is how they're arriving at that 8.3%.
So it might be something we're going to work on.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm really was very pleased to see the tool for the broad access to a broad group of courses. I did try and look at, say, Math Academy, and there were very few subgroups that it looked at whether there was over or underrepresentation, because many student groups weren't represented at all. But those student groups are represented at those school sites, so there's underrepresentation because of being zero, but it looked like the tool didn't do that. Is that something that it can do in the future?
So the current approach was to look at actual enrollment and not theoretical possible enrollment, and that was something that was really just me when I was writing the aggregating program to put all of this together and to create the records. Moving forward, there may be an opportunity for me to take both the site level actual enrollment and then also look at theoretical enrollment and somehow merge those together to create a split view on the dashboard where one's looking at actual, the other is saying, oh, by the way, if we look at this versus a theoretical ideal situation, here's what the outcome would have been.
All right, and the reason I ask is I know it came up at Equity as one of the issues raised by the Black Student and Family Task Force was underrepresentation of African-American students in high-level math. And so, you know, zero could be the current state, and we would want to report on that. And that's, and even at a district level, I know you're looking at it site by site, and I think district level information would be useful too.
And I think that this is also just a learning that I'm taking away from this as well, which is right now, the dashboard tool only provides the records that are flagged as anomalous. So there is a very real chance, because you're also talking about small group sizes and small course enrollment, that zero could very well be within the expected amount of enrolled students. And because that's the case, you wouldn't flag it as anomalous, as over or underrepresented. And so without having that concrete, like, hey, is it really a zero enrollment, or is it that there's 2 students in there and it just wasn't anomalous? When you're really talking about a small group size, it gets a lot harder to estimate what the anticipated amount of students are, because out of a course of 12 students, are you really going to say because they are missing 1 student or they have 1 student that 1 student is overrepresented now out of the 12?
So again, I'll say I appreciate this tool, and I appreciate that you're doing all of this questioning and trying to figure out how to make it work for us. It's nice that we now can start grasping some of this and be able to follow up.
I just had a couple of observations on the underrepresentation issue. This is an area where a lot of people are going to have intuitive guesses as to why outcomes are that may be correct, but also may be wildly off base. Like, I would imagine, you said some sites do better than others. I imagine if you broke it down, 2 of the big contributors would be, well, if you have a school site where it's widely known that a parent group pays for your AP or your IB tests, then people might be more encouraged to take it because they know they don't have to pay for the testing fee. So that might be a change, but it might be a minor one. Another one might be block schedule gives students a much larger variety of courses to choose from. So one would expect maybe that the block schedule would have a fairly dramatic impact on that sort of thing. So I would just encourage, since our union brought up the issue of testing fees, if that's a big impediment to people signing up for AP classes, then maybe we should examine that. On the other hand, if it's not, if it's really only making a difference on the margins, then maybe it's not a great place for the district to focus funds. But I think this is one area where earlier in the LCAP cycle, this is a good spot for the board to weigh in, right? Because this is where at the site level, sites are making decisions to try and make it as easy as possible. I truly do believe that all of our site people are trying to do the best they can for the students, right? But people at the central office get to see the data of what's actually happening at all the sites, and sometimes even really well-intentioned efforts at the sites may not be giving you the bang for the buck, right? And that's an area where the board could say, don't prioritize this, prioritize that, or maybe we should implement more block schedules or whatever. Anyway, so I would say for next year's LCAP, this would be a good topic for the board to agendize and talk about specifically.
I just wanted to respond briefly to that, because there is another issue around AP test, which is a student is going to study, for example, what I did, it's communication, right? If you study communication and you take an AP math, oftentimes what happens is that those are not prerequisites for a field in communication. So then you substitute your potentials for electives for all of your AP courses. So in a way, I don't want to say that being financially motivated to think about or choose what are your AP choices is something that we need to address. But in general, choosing among what being selective about your AP courses is a good idea, because that is what allows you to balance a really hard semester with, pottery, or rather than have calculus as your elective once you go to college, right? And so I think that there is some measurements that we use to understand success, graduation possibilities, etc., that don't necessarily are advantageous for students once they move into college life, right? They are in the way that, they represent the cost savings due to the high cost of college education and college credit, but not necessarily in their advantage to set them up for success in their actual college careers, right? So I wasn't planning on saying this, but since it's been brought up, I just wanted to add some perspective on how complicated this really is in terms of setting students for success and what success looks like.
So this is an action item this evening? Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All right. If there's any other discussion, if not, we will vote. All in favor? 7-0. All right, our next item is approval of the 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP. Dr. Hernandez.
All right. So good evening, Board President Kinney, Superintendent Blanco, members of the board, trustees, and members of SLT. So I'm here again this evening to present the final draft of the LCAP presentation for approval. So I did also just want to note this is a new 3-year cycle for our LCAP. So I'll talk briefly about the sections in the LCAP. And I also just want to thank numerous folks who have been involved in this work since January. So our students, our parents, staff members. So very appreciative of their time and their input that they've provided. And I hope that the document, the final document, is a reflection of all of that work. I know that there's always room for improvement as I'm going through this, always making notes about how we can improve. And I think I've mentioned before, one area that I will definitely recommend to Dr. Turley for next year is just reaching those student groups much earlier, because as we've mentioned already tonight, AP exams get in the way towards the end of the year, so just timing that better. So one of our esteemed members of the LCAP PAC had, she would always stop and say, what's the acronym for this? What does this mean? I hear this a lot when we talk in education. So I just wanted to put this slide in for the public, for folks who aren't familiar with it, because we talk a lot about this, and so it's very easy for someone to lose track of what we're talking about. And then also just to go back as they're reading through this, because we know this is a lengthy document, so just something for folks to refer to. So again, the overview, just the LCAP is really, like I said, a 3-year plan that we are required to create. It's intended to explain how we are going to use our state funds. So the first part of the LCAP is the LCFF budget overview for parents. So that's a good, just kind of brief overview of how we're spending those funds. And then talking about how we're going to improve educational outcomes for all of our students based on the 8 priorities. So one of the challenges with the current template when we look at those 8 state priorities is they aren't exactly spelled out. So I've included a slide here tonight, again, just for reference. And again, looking specifically at high-need students, so who are unduplicated pupils, so our youth in foster care, our students who are identified as English learners. And as we've talked before, there is a new student group now to the LCAP, which is the 14th, which is our long-term English learners that are now part of our LCAP as well. And then the last piece, just receiving the additional money, so supplemental and concentration funds, which I'll talk about as well. So as I mentioned, these are our 8 state priorities, and I did make a note at the bottom. So as you're reading the 24-25 LCAP, when you look at each goal, immediately following the description of the goal, there is a section that says state priorities addressed by this goal. And then there are numbers. So these numbers each refer to these 8 state priorities. And again, we are required to indicate and show how we're supporting students in each of these. So again, just this is part reference and part just knowledge and understanding for our public and for everyone who's looking at this. So the budget overview for parents, as I mentioned, is the very first page that people will see when they open up the document. And as I mentioned, this is just a short summary of what the upcoming expenditures will be for the upcoming school year. And then again, just includes our LCFF, state, local, and other state funds, so grants that are provided by the CDE. And then it's important to note that our 2 big areas when we talk about the LCFF are our base and then our supplemental and concentration funds. So I always like to, when we talk about that, I always like this graphic, really just talking about base funds. The supplemental funds is, of course, based on those numbers of unduplicated pupils. So students who are identified as an English learner, students who are identified as a youth in foster care, and then students who are low income. And so when we talk about unduplicated, we're referring because a student could be one or a combination of any of these 3, but for the purposes of funding, they're only counted once, which we know is a discrepancy and something that we could hopefully improve upon in terms of our funding. On top of that, we get concentration funds. So if we have a student group that are unduplicated over 55%, we get additional funds for that, which we do qualify for that. So a combination of concentration and supplemental funds for PUSD for the 24-25 school year is $37,383,667. So if you're looking at the PDF, that's found in the contributing actions table, which is on page 147 of 186. So I would say one of the most important pieces of this is the development of the plan in regards to meaningful engagement with all of our partners. So our labor partners, now we have required groups that we're supposed to meet with, but we go above and beyond that. So we meet with all of our parent groups. We meet with all our labor partners, our students, families, and then with all of our different staff as well, just to get feedback and input. So when you look in the plan summary, the engaging educational partners is a description of not only the process, but who we engaged with. And as I mentioned, lastly, these actions are going to be reported for the 24-27 school year. So when we looked at the plan initially, when we were looking at the first and second drafts, there was some confusion because the first part that everyone saw was the annual update, and that's the update and reflection for the 23-24 school year. So as our partners are reading the LCAP, what they'll note is in the 24-25 year under goal analysis, there's nothing written, and that's because we haven't enacted the actions yet. So next year, there will be a reflection piece in the goal analysis for each of those sentences. So I always show this graphic at the beginning of all of our meetings, but I also use this with our principals when they're developing their school plans as well, because I think what's important to note about this is it begins and ends with our students. And in between, we talk about what are the successes, what are the challenges that we're seeing, where are the gaps. So Dr. Rennie's talked about that throughout the year in the presentations that we've had looking at various dashboard indicators. And then getting feedback. So, one of our big pushes this year has been to look at, and we've done a book study around street data. So not only looking at those quantitative measures, but also getting feedback in the form of surveys, empathy interviews to get a better understanding of how these actions are impacting our students and our families and how we can improve that. So part of the engaging partners process is doing that through the consultations and also just through the meetings that we have throughout the school year. Then we go into developing our goals and actions, and then from there looking at how are we increasing and improving services for those unduplicated pupils. So what we'll see as you're looking at the goals, as you're looking at the actions, they may be designed for one of those three student groups, but when you go to the contributing actions table, they benefit all students. So it's not necessarily to say that this action is only for students who are identified as low income or students who are identified as English learners, but the actions are designed based on the needs that we've seen from those particular student groups. And then again, finally, how are those services going to be provided to students? Who's going to provide them? And what is the funding and what is the cost around that? So now we go into our goals, and I added, the majority, so our goals are three different goals. So we have broad goals, which are designed for all of our students, and then we have three focus goals. So our goal 6, which focuses on our youth in foster care and our students who are identified as unhoused, and then our goal 7, which looks at our students who are identified as English learners, and then goal 9, which is our focus goal and new goal that looks at our African American and Black students here in PUSD. We do have one required new goal, which is the equity multiplier goal, which is goal 8, and we do have 2 schools, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So the first 5 goals, so one of the things that's important to note in terms of fundamental differences for this LCAP cycle, the first thing is that our first 5 goals are more aligned with our strategic plan. And when you look at the description of why we developed the goal, you'll also see reference to the strategic plan being part of how each of these goals was influenced. The second thing that's important to note around this is that there's a greater sense of increased accountability from the CDE in this cycle of the LCAP. And the way that shows in the LCAP is that in the plan summary, we have to identify all of our student groups that were at the red performance level on the California dashboard. So each student group under each of those indicators, so we had to identify that. So when you look at the reflections in the plan summary, you will see that, as well as reference to actions. And so when you're reading actions, what you will see is that they'll be designed for an unduplicated student group, but then there's also reference to students who are at the lowest performing color level according to the California dashboard. The second piece in terms of increased accountability is that in the increased and improved services, we previously would give a description of how we were providing those services, how we were going above and beyond our general services, but now we're required to tie a metric to that as well. And so when you look in the increased and improved services, you'll see a column for metrics that are tied to each of those actions. So as we start to do the goal analysis, that will be something that we reference to in the first prompt, is really talking about, did we meet, what does the metric show in regards to how we're progressing and moving forward with students. And then the last piece is just expanded opportunity for educational partner feedback. So those were the 3 big pieces in terms of increased accountability. And then finally, the piece that I mentioned earlier, our goal 9, is the focus on our Black and African American students. to address the disparities that we've talked about and that we've seen in our district. The last thing that I also wanted to note is in some of the actions, what you'll see is that there's a distinction in one of the things based on feedback, and I know that this was mentioned previously from Mr. Gardner, but being more intentional around which services are central-based and which services are site-based. Because, for example, our RTI wellness coaches, our instructional coaches, while they may be centrally assigned, they're assigned to campuses and they spend their time on campuses. So they're directly, indirectly supporting students and teachers in the classroom. So again, we want to still continue to try to, when available, describe that to show that there are things that are happening at the classroom level that when you first look at it, first glance, you may not think that. So we've been a little bit more intentional, specifically to call out site-based versus central-based in some of our actions. So as I mentioned, the goal 6 and goal 7, so when you look at our 23-24 LCAP, these are the same goals. What's different and what's now required out of our focus goals is that we have to tie metrics and we have to be very specific about what outcomes we're expecting to attain by the end of this LCAP cycle, which is 2027. So we've, based on feedback, again, aligned the metrics that are within each of those goals to the language that's in the goal here. So these outcomes do align with the metrics that are in the that are actually in the goal that we're looking at. And then goal 8, as I mentioned, is our equity multiplier. So we have 2 school sites that qualify. And the equity multiplier, again, is based off of a non-stability rate. So the time that a student has entered, enrolled, and then they've continued in the school year. And then also looking at the percentage of low-income students. So those 2 criteria, we had 2 schools, so Rose City High School and CIS, that qualified for those funds. So those are additional monies that they get. They are required to be in the LCAP, so we have met with various educational partner groups as well as their school site councils this spring to come up with the actions that are identified in Goal 8. And as I mentioned, finally, looking at Goal 9, which is our last focus goal around our Black and African American students, particularly looking at CASP ELA math, college and career indicator, and then more importantly, and I think that has been brought up, social emotional well-being and inclusivity and inclusiveness, so looking at those rates for our Black and African American students. So these next couple slides are really just reference again for our public, for everyone who's looking at the LCAP. So as I mentioned, the budget overview is really just the first part of the LCAP. So when you're reading this, the second part that you'll see is the annual update. So the goals, the metrics, everything in there is it shows the 3rd year of the outcomes. And as you'll recall, back in February when I did the LCAP mid-year update, the majority of those metrics had already been identified. We'd already looked at, okay, are we making progress? Did we meet our target? And that, again, is also available publicly on the LCAP dashboard. The next part then goes into the LCAP plan summary for 24-25. So this is where we talk about our reflection, and then we also talk about technical assistance and which actions are being identified to support those student groups that were identified for technical assistance. Engaging educational partners, and then we go into each of the goals. So the goals and actions, the descriptions, the rationale of why the goal was developed, the metrics as well as the targets are all here. We've updated the metrics and targets, again, based on the conversation and the feedback that we've received. And then here we see our goals 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And one thing to note that has been brought up, so in goal 6, we have made some shifts. So one example is our care program, which is provided at McKinley and PHS. So we did move that to, we felt it was better suited to be in Action 1.9, which is our services that we're providing to special education students. Goal 7, again, I don't know why it says page 1, I apologize for that. And then goal 8 and goal 9 are there. The increased and improved services, as I mentioned, is really looking at each of those actions that we identified as contributing towards this. So it gives you a description of the data that we looked at, how we developed the action, and then more importantly now, what metrics are tied to each of those actions. And then we look at the action tables, which shows and gives a breakdown of the various funding streams that are used to support each of those actions. And then if anyone is just so inclined, the instructions start on page 157. All right, are there any questions?
Tina? Is this the last presentation you'll ever do with us?
For now,
This is
yes.
really great, Dr. Hernandez. You do a really great job on the LCAP. There's so much data, and but you're very concise, and there's a lot of metrics to really appreciate. And yeah, anyway, great job.
And I do have to say, I think one of the first things you learn as a teacher is you learn how to still best practices. And so I really do want to thank Dr. Rennie as well as Taylor Ferguson, who have really been instrumental in putting all of the metrics and everything together, and then just having ideas, feedback. So I just want to acknowledge them as well for their work as well. Thank you.
There's a team behind this.
Yes, 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 absolutely.
Okay. I have my notes from the last review, and I was just checking to see if the two little typos I found were fixed, but they weren't. So I'm just double checking on page 23. It says LAD, administrative and coordinating service, were ineffective, but you meant to say were effective.
Okay, I
just
apologize. I thought I
want to
caught that.
say we were effective.
Okay.
And then page 24, the one about the lower class size, and it was stated that it was meant to say staff to student ratios. So that's page 24 regarding the additional staffing through the superintendent's success schools, 1.20. Okay, so yeah, I don't know how that's going to be amended, or just it'll be modified, I guess. So goal 9, I really want to recognize for the African American students that, you know, a lot of times LCAP is considered a compliance, and we just sort of, you know, districts will just get it over with and we just have to send it off. But we're taking it very seriously and owning it to be something that's not just compliance, but going above and beyond what we have to do. So I just want to recognize that we are leading on that. And I'm just wondering if you know if other districts have a similar goal, like specifically targeted to African American students.
So I know when we embarked on the work with the Black Student Family Task Force, I do know that Dr. Steps had done a lot of the legwork in looking at and researching other districts. So I know that, I believe it was Fresno, LAUSD, Long Beach, and I'm probably forgetting a couple off the top of my head, but
Oakland,
Oakland, so I know.
Fresno, San Bernardino, lots of districts are doing it.
Yeah. And at the time, so they were embedded as an action or as their own goal. So that was the really kind of the influence as we were looking at that and the dialogue around it.
That's great. And then I guess I wanted to circle back to earlier comments from UTP regarding I think you already addressed the sort of investing in, or maybe you hadn't. Maybe you can reiterate, are we addressing reducing the class sizes for certain grades? And what's our response to that idea?
So I do know that this was something that Dr. Blanco mentioned before. I don't know if you want to.
That would have to be something that would be negotiated, because class size is part of the contract. So if that was something that UTP had a strong interest in, then they should bring that to the table and talk about it in negotiations.
I feel like we've asked this last time
While
too,
while
sorry.
we're on the subject, AP tests are paid for with AP waivers. Dr. Hill mentioned that last time for students in need, and we pay for any student that wants to take the IB test in the LCAP.
And I'm wondering, is that process maybe, I think you were saying there was we could do better outreach or something, or communication on that. Okay, so there's some disconnect then. I'm not sure what it is.
We could follow up with the principals, but Dr. Hernandez was a high school principal, and I think the counselors are pretty aware.
There's a disconnect
It's
somewhere.
widely publicized.
Okay.
And, we know teenagers usually have a tendency of waiting until the last minute or, so we work with them to the extent possible to make sure that they get those taken care of. So it is something that I know that counselors, teachers, administrators are on campus and constantly communicating that out in advance. So, I would say that the time frame to make folks aware is well in advance of it. Sometimes you have students that decide last minute that initially they decide they don't want to take the test, and then they say, wait, I want to take the test. But I do know that, at least I can speak from my experience at PHS, that counselors, everyone works to make sure that that's covered.
Okay, and then the social workers, I guess, move to pupil service social workers to ensure effective use of human resources.
Dr. Reynoso can respond to that.
So currently in our district, we do not require the PPSC credential. This was decided years ago, over a generation, about 10 years, a decade ago, sorry, not a generation, decade. This was to also broaden the kind of the pool of of clients and candidates that would come forth. We do have some licensed clinical social workers and clinical social workers who do have their PPS. The clinical social workers must work under a licensed clinical social worker, but it is not a requirement in the Pasadena Unified School District. We're going to be meeting with Mr. Gardner to get some insight into what his thoughts are on that, but it is not a requirement in the PUSD. And it doesn't keep us from servicing students in a quality manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. So I have a question about Goal 8, if you could elaborate for me, because last month, when we had a presentation on college and career readiness, we talked about the overall graduation rate and how alternative schools had lower graduation rates. So when I was looking at Goal 8, I was hoping that you could elaborate for me on some of this work, because obviously Goal 8 will help us improve our graduation rates.
So I do know that in addition to a lot of the actions in Goal 1 around college and career, so our students at Rose City, our students at CIS are receiving those services, but in addition to that, there's a dropout preventionist. So I know that has been something that Rose City has implemented in terms of trying to ensure that students are getting back on track with graduation. And then there's also just been, like with CTE, I know that both Rose City and CIS have started to look at various pathways to engage students and get them back in. So not only with the opportunity of graduating on time, but also just potentially leaving with some credential of some sort. So I know that Dr. Bell and Mr. Torres have had those conversations. So those are some of the, I would say, actions that they're implementing right now to try and increase that, because those graduation rates have been below 68% for some time. And so I know that those are two things that they have discussed and that they're looking at right now, implementing either that they've started this year or that they plan on starting in the 24-25 year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a couple questions. On the through-line slide, I was just trying to think in my own mind where I see looking at performance gaps and success challenges. So is the data analysis and problem identification and root cause analysis phase already here on the through line?
Yeah, so that, I mean, that would be more in the reflection of like the annual performance. So it's a combination of that, but also a little bit more in depth when we look at the goal analysis. So really talking about the implementation and then looking at the discrepancies, either budget or implementation wise, and then looking at how we're gonna, revise or reconsider how we're implementing an action.
This is something, maybe when we're looking at, the timeline that we implement next year, maybe we can think about how it fits in so that we can help people understand where that time is, after we get the data, look at it, and we're doing, like you said, I think it's successes and challenges, performance gaps, but then kind of how do we pinpoint where we want then our actions to go? So there's something in between here's what the results were and here's what we're going to do about it, that like you said, that reflection.
Yeah, so that was something at the beginning of the year, because I think the challenge as well, and the state has recognized this, is that when the results come out in December, that time frame between the receiving results and then getting plans and actions and everything together is very limited, right? And we know that January, February, March, between holidays, there's limited time. So I know that the state is trying to rectify that by pushing the timeline up with the dashboard. So I believe it's 2027. That should be, I think by October we will receive that. So I think once that's implemented, but in the meantime, I think starting that in the fall, starting to have those conversations, I think will help to give us sufficient time to really go through a root cause analysis, I would say both at the district level and with sites as well.
And then just quickly about the class size. I do wonder if we are interested in using supplemental and concentration funds to do targeted class size reduction, either at specific school sites, for specific grade levels. I don't know that it's actually part of the contract at all. We had before LCFF, when we had categoricals, there was 9th grade class size reduction. It was a program that came from the state where we got extra money, nothing to do with the contract. So I just want to say it doesn't have to be part of the contract. We could decide, wow, kindergartners, at these sites need to be 20-1 because that's going to change things for those students. So anyway, I just want to clarify the years. So I find this the most confusing part about the LCAP. So the LCAP is governing the actions for us for 24-25, 25-26, 26-27. But the first time we'll see outcomes in it next year, there will be the 23-24 outcomes. Because we don't have those yet, so they can't go into an LCAP till next year. True?
I don't know why
I don't know. Dr. Rennie's doing this with his hand behind you.
Yeah, well, and that's what because I'm trying to think. There are some of the items that.
Let's say test scores, suspension, chronic absenteeism, graduation rates will all be 23-24 as year one outcomes.
Yes, 23-24, correct.
And so then taking that along, the year 3 that goes with this LCAP will be 25-26. I hate that, and I think they were actually going to try and put the years numbers on the LCAP on those columns, and this must be why they didn't, because there's 2 different years. The year you're implementing and the year you're reporting in, which is really last year, and it's not ideal. But I just wanted to clarify, and I think that's when we're talking about our goal setting and which ones are within the LCAP, but maybe that's why we just go to 5-year and kind of forget the LCAP. Okay. Lovely. Those were my questions. Are there other questions? All right. This is an action item, so perhaps there's a motion.
Motion.
All right.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion, advocacy? All right. I just want to say a couple quick words, which is, for me, I guess I look at this as the document that really helps us explain how we serve children and how we allocate our funding to do that. It's not really possible for the average person to tell that from the budget. But it's also then difficult to tell if our LCAP is matching our budget. And this year, I think we've really, in an effort to reduce the number of actions, really commingled a lot of S&C and non-S&C funds into a single action. And I had asked some questions about Measure J, because I know we talked about using Measure J for some of our special programs. And the difficulty I was having is that in the parent overview of the budget at the beginning, I'm pretty sure it's included in local funds. But then within the body of the LCAP, at least my understanding from the questions I asked, is that it was moved into the LCAP column, not in the local column. And so that was a little confusing. Also, the special education money we're seeing here, spending is about $5 million less than in the budget. One of the items on tonight's agenda is using S&C funds for non-public agencies, non-public schools. And I said, you know, where is this in the LCAP? And the answer was 1.9, which is where most of the special ed is, but that's a non-contributing action, which, again, just, so I think it's going to be really important in the fall when we come back to kind of really reconcile the LCAP and the budget so that people can see that, because again, the budget just isn't a place where you can see that. And I think it will serve us poorly if our public one that the people can understand isn't actually where our money is and where we're spending our money. I don't know that that would promote trust. So we have a motion. Oh,
I don't want to belabor the issue, but if special ed is not a designated category in the LCAP, would those dollars not show up there, which is why they're not there, but they're part of our regular budget?
there's 79 million of them there, but the other 5 is missing.
Okay.
All in favor? Passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, next we have approval of the fiscal stabilization plan.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent, Cabinet. Hopefully this should be a very short one because we went over this a few days ago. As we discussed last time, nothing has changed on this slide. It's a then problem, not a now problem. As I explained to you last time, we do have money right now. Good news is that the governor and the legislature seem to have finalized the budget. Well, Mr. Kaelen is like, are you sure? Well, yes, something came out today and yesterday that suggests that they finalized the budget. There are some concerns. The COLA is still 1%, 1.07%. As I alluded to and sounded a warning to everyone that we might be getting deferrals. Yes, there's deferrals in the negotiations. In fact, the first deferral will be this year for this month to next month. The good thing on that is we have some money to weather the storm on cash. So we're good on cash this year. We'll be good on cash next year also. It's 25, 26 that we should start tightening up the seatbelt. But hopefully by then things will stabilize at the state level. So the other thing that's of worthy mention from the negotiation that the governor had is he's punting the ball to FIGMAT to come up with recommendation to mitigate the issues around SB 218. You know, the sexual molestation law that I've been warning about that's going to bankrupt many districts, and we potentially have a $2 million bill for our districts that we're still trying to sort out. The governor, I think, and the legislature finally heard it loud and clear from everybody that this is a concern. So he's going to recruit FIGMAT to come up with funding mechanism and some other mechanisms to begin to address this issue in the future. So it's something for us to watch and hopefully lobby on because it impacts everybody in education going forward. It has serious fiscal impact going forward. There are a couple of other things that's in the governor's budget, but I'm not going to go into that. Coming back to the fiscal stabilization plan, it is a then problem, not a now problem. Today we have money, but in the future, depending on what happens at the state level, we could be facing problems. Two, we have deficit spending, which all the board members has been talking about, LACO has been writing us about, and even with the state issues, we have to address that issue on an ongoing basis to get a handle on our deficit spending. As I also alluded to, just to give further context for the public, part of the concerns with the deficit spending or the reason for the deficit spending, it is a structural problem statewide. And I emphasize the word structural because we have a lot of unfunded mandates in education, meaning we are told to buy an apple and we are given 10 cents to buy apple, but the apple costs $1. And the federal government says, trust us, we will fully fund it next year. Next year, they give us 10 cents, but we spend $1 to buy the apple. So we have many unfunded mandates like that. Special ed is a good example. All the special ed related programs, the government funds less than 15 to 20% of what they should fund. And a lot of the programs that now the state is creating they are regressing back to the days of grant funding as opposed to LCFF that we were promised was supposed to do away with grant funding and give flexibility to school districts. So all these mandates are coming out, but it's not being funded. Transportation is another one. The transportation funding we get is pegged to the 12-13 revenue that we got. That's what we are getting till now. A year or so ago, they started adding COLA to that. I think I've told this board many times, we get about $3.1 million in transportation. But our transportation cost this year is estimated at about $7.3 million. So you can do the math and see where that is going. That's an unfunded mandate, and there are many unfunded mandates like that. That's what's causing the structural deficit you see in K-12 education. Another example is the stirs and PERS rate. The stirs and PERS go up every single year. This year alone, compared to next year, is about 2% or a little over 2% increase. That's being funded by the same base funding. Excuse me. And then you throw into that equation the decline in enrollment and the low attendance. Our attendance is about the 91 percentile rate, and we are taking steps to boost that percentage as high as possible, because that's the recoup of the enrollment that is already declining. So the higher your ADA percentage, the more of your revenue you're getting. So I'm diverting to give this context to help the community understand why we are where we are. And then finally, one of the variables that brought us to where we are. The past 4 years, we got flooded with a lot of federal and state funds to help mitigate COVID. We were actually one of the few districts that managed that very well. We used it to either do one-time funding activities, or we used it to support general fund operations, which allowed us to build reserve. But even with those very efficient moves that we made, we couldn't avoid using it to pay for some staffing. But the funds have run out, and the needs are still there. The discussions you have every board meeting supports that. Our children are still suffering from the lingering effects of COVID. So which means that general fund is now stepping in to pick up some of that cost to extend the services that we're providing to our children. That's contributing to the FSP. So that's the context for you. Final context I want to give, I see on the media and in discussions with folks, they say, why are you guys doing all these cuts? I want to clarify. When we are looking at general fund, there are two buckets of general fund, the unrestricted general fund and then the restricted general fund. The restricted side is basically your grants and your entitlements. The restricted side, in theory, there are fundamental rules that apply to grants. Rule number one, earn the revenue only when you spend it. That's a fundamental rule in grant. What does that mean in English? You get $100, but at the end of the year or at the end of that grant period, you only spent $80. $20 goes back to the funder. So the goal of any efficient school district is to make sure you get $100 and you spend $100. So you don't give money back when you are laying people off. So that's rule number one on grants. Rule number two on grants, grants are supposed to be self-sustaining. Meaning, in theory, when we do budget, I shouldn't even have to look at the grants because your revenue is supposed to be equal to your expenditure. That's a categorical rule on grants. However, when you choose to violate that rule, what do I mean? Example, in special ed, we spend more than the grant funds we get. Then it should be a deliberate decision by the board to do so. That's where the contribution comes in from general fund base to support or sustain or continue the grants when the grants run out. Why am I giving this long explanation? 99% of the so-called layoffs and cuts that we are doing is on the grant side. It's not on the general fund side. When we did layoffs and not even layoff, when we did cuts in first and second interim, majority of those cuts are grant-funded cuts. Only about 5.4 FTEs were general fund. But what was lost in translation was the emotion behind the cuts, which is very real. But I want the community to understand, when we have over $120 million in one-time grant funds that we use to do good work in the community, and that money goes away and finishes, it's either we find $120 million in general fund or raise new revenue or cut services in general fund to continue those grant-funded services. Hence the FSP, and hence the cuts in first and second interim. So it's not about the inefficiency of the district or mismanagement of the district. It's in the inherent definition of grants and entitlements. They are restricted programs with strict rules on how you provide the services and the timelines you provide the services. We all know when you are providing good services, it's difficult to let go those services. But sometimes we'll tell the community the truth. We want to continue this good service, but we can't afford it. For us to continue it, something else has to go. That's what this FSP is trying to do. Today we have money, but we cannot continue all these good services we are providing today indefinitely. So we need to start now having the conversation to right-size operations before the house is on fire and we have to cut everything. That's why it is a then problem, not a now problem. That's where this FSP comes from. Finally, we have not made any actual cuts in the budget. What I did is we built the budget to the detail, and then we applied adjustments based on the amounts in the proposed cuts. Once we presented the assumptions and the FSP to the board, and I didn't get any drastic changes to it, we went back and applied those numbers to be able to get the final budget. So it's an adjustment, unlike the first interim and second interim cuts that were made empirically at the operational level in the position control and in the salaries and benefits and all that. This FSP did not do that. It's a mathematical cut in the budget because it was pending, it's still pending detailed engagement with the community to finalize in terms of categories and to what level those cuts will happen. I felt the need to get into detail because I've been getting questions from the community, from teachers, from members, so I wanted to give this full context so this burden doesn't shift to the superintendent or anyone else to start explaining. The numbers haven't changed from what we discussed last time. As I mentioned last time and I'm mentioning again, basically what this is doing, we could have chosen to do nothing in this year and next year and made all the cuts in 26, 27. Because as of the budget I brought to you in second interim, we were balanced for 23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26, based on the cuts we did in first and second interim. But for the 26, 27, when we brought that in, which wasn't in second interim, the deficit was massive, the negative was massive. So it's either we start sooner to make the cuts so that we don't have to do massive cuts in 26, 27, or we wait and do all the cuts in 26, 27, which will be brutal, which is why you saw a mix of revenue generation in 25, 26, 26, 27, and reductions in expenditure in 25, 26, and 26 to 27. Don't forget the impact of the cuts we already made in first interim and second interim that's also flowing through. Those cuts continue. And the details we reviewed last time did not change. So I'm not going to rehash all that. Any questions?
I do have a question. I think it's probably best addressed to Dr. Reynoso. We just heard that the RTI wellness coaches are sort of centrally funded, but if that staff is tied to our CSIS plans for kind of managing and reducing suspensions, how are we able to reduce those positions when that work is aligned to being able to protect and support our students in the classroom in that way?
At this time, the direction that we are going to be taking is that we will be analyzing this in the 24-25 school year under the Budget Advisory Committee. So we will be looking at data. We'll be looking at student outcomes. It is a suggestion on there, but it's not just, there are other components to this, so it's not just the wellness component. There's an instructional side of this too, and that needs to be analyzed for that reason alone. I think there are some schools that are thriving and are really utilizing the position in the way it was intended to, and with that taken into mind, I actually am going to be working with them more closely this next year to gather even more data with this coming to the docket and having more conversations. But I'll reserve my personal opinion, but we will be using data to analyze this further.
Thank you for that. I do think that there should be some concern, and I'm curious to know what will come in the future from FICMAT about how do we manage the pending financial burden of SB 218 liabilities, because in my day job, I am already seeing them in quantities untold, and it's only going to continue to grow. I think that district is a step of creating a captive insurance company to be able to sort of try and finance and pay for those legal costs over time. I'm not certain that many districts have the capacity to be able to take that path. So there has to be some other way to sort of like shoulder that burden so that we're really not faced with the decision of, delivering services to students versus paying legal settlements.
Absolutely. That's why I've been bringing it up for the past several weeks to the board, because that's a major concern in our ears. If it is not handled very well at the state level, that will become another cost pressure that will add to our structural deficit. Then we will need to cut even more to finance that. The good news to this board is if I'm not able to put the report together before I leave, hopefully it will be done in the next month or so. On the workers' comp side, we are seeing a downward trend. We've worked very hard to close out our open cases, which is the major cost driver in the long-term liability on the actuarial. So it's ticking downward now in terms of actuarial, and I expect it to go down even further in the next few years. We have a new TPA that is very aggressive and that is working with us to drive those cuts down. And secondly, if you remember, this board was kind enough to allow us, when we were flush with funds, to do transfers. That was when we increased the transfer authority that the board gave to the CBO. We were transferring cash from general fund to Fund 67 to be able to fund our long-term liability to make Fund 67 a little more stable. And that has happened. You will notice in the board and the budget I submitted to you, the transfer that we do, the 935 transfer we do to Fund 67, I didn't put it in the budget because Fund 67 is very stable right now because of those actions that you allowed us to take when we were flush with funds.
I had a couple questions. So the FSP, the document that looks like this, so it's for 25-26, it has 22.46 million in cuts, but the projected budget that's in the narrative that looks like this has a 29.5 million deficit for combined general fund. So I'm trying to understand how these numbers interact with each other. Because it looks as though we need to cut almost 30 million next year, but our fiscal stability plan only has 22.
Okay. I think I anticipated this question, which was why I gave I went on a long diatribe on the restricted and unrestricted side. The combined that you're looking at is basically combined general fund, restricted and unrestricted general fund. As I stated earlier, restricted side in theory is supposed to be self-sustaining, meaning revenue is supposed to be equal to revenue, is supposed to be equal to expenditures. When you remove programs like special ed, that receive contribution or routine restricted maintenance. So for the purpose of the FSP document you are looking at is focusing entirely on the unrestricted side because that's what drives the viable fund balance that we are talking about. So comparing the two is basically comparing apples and oranges. That's number one. Go ahead.
So on the unrestricted, on this sheet, it says we only need to cut 16.8, which again doesn't match the 22.46. What I think so when we cut, and I think it's about 12 million from restricted, those will still be people and services. Those will still be cuts. Okay. So it feels like they should be in our fiscal stability plan because they will be cuts that we have to do. Okay. So I'm having some discomfort just about that. But on this document, because I'm not sure if we're submitting this detailed, this is the one we saw earlier in the year, or this one doesn't add up to the 22.46 either. And so I'm just not clear which one we're approving and giving to LACO.
What you're approving is what is in the resolution, which is the one on your left hand.
Okay, because they're both attached to the board report, and that's what
Yes, what's going to LACO is on your left hand.
Okay, so then can we remove this one? Because
Yes.
makes it unclear when they're different.
Yes, and the reason is because of all the feedback we got from the board. If you remember during the last presentation, I made it repeatedly clear that all we have are outlines of the plan, that the board and the community will engage in the details of it.
Okay, I just want to make
sure. The other one was just for planning purposes.
I just want to make sure when we give LACO the fiscal stability plan, but we also show them we're intending to cut 30 million across both, they don't say, why is your plan missing 8 million?
Absolutely.
Or why is, and it feels more like 35 people rather than 73. I know 73 was here in the PowerPoint, and I think I read it in the Star News. But using this, it adds up to 35. So so that we can be clear with.
My apologies that you got the detail. The detail was not supposed to be there. Remember, we started this exercise many, many months ago. Actually, I think it was in October or November we started. So we went through many iterations to be able to come out to the outlines, but someone on the board must have requested that detail for you to get it. The plan was to just have the outlines, as I presented to you in the last time, subject to engagement, detailed and extensive engagement.
But it is linked to this plan. Okay, we've seen this in the PowerPoint, but not just as a standalone document, so I think, okay. Those were my questions, but I will throw my other comments in so that people, so, I think we've heard people say this is outlines, and we're going to have to make this real this fall. And I just have my concerns about how we're going to get to 29.5 million, which, again, is unrestricted and restricted, because we will have to achieve them by both. Well, it sounds like we're going to have a committee and work together, but, Dina?
Thank you for the presentation, all the work that your team did.
Thank you.
You were saying about the then and now problem. I also hear unusually more frequently now about the budget from outside. And you were saying, well, we want to do cuts now so that's not a big cut later. But I feel like because we're submitting to LACO, they want the projection anyway, and that's what we've been doing.
Yes.
That we just do that.
LACO wants to see that the board is accountable, that the board is saying this is what we're going to do, and the board is putting its weight behind it. Then they will accept for us to recognize it in the budget, knowing that the board will ensure that the detail is implemented.
But I feel like that has been our standard practice.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then the issue about early childhood education staffing, and the idea that, when you invest early, that translates into, $7 is $1 investment is $7 savings, or I forget what the ratio is. But was there a exception made to say those teachers that are paid lower and they are the early childhood education teachers, they also make the most impact? So was there any exception made for those positions?
I will segregate our preschool from our K-12. Our TK preschool, let me segregate that, because that's independently funded. So they're really not even in the FSP at all. But our regular K-12, this FSP covers that. So the pre-K, TK lives within their funding, and as of today, they are fine. Now, the specific staffing ratio and analysis, I will defer to our program and HR when they're here. But the pre-K, TK, they have their own fund, Fund 12, and they are
Position of
fine.
social worker was mentioned. Is that anything?
That's different. Okay. That's different. That's why I was very careful in segregating, because I don't want to speak and encroach on the wonderful work HR does, meeting with the principals on staffing. Yeah.
So no one can speak to those positions? Yeah, social worker position.
So we have licensed social workers, and then we have interns, and then we have social workers with master's degrees that are overseen by a licensed person. We have a really difficult time recruiting that position now. So to put additional requirements on the position would probably even increase the shortage. So that's why Dr. Reynoso is going to meet with Dr. Gardner to understand, Mr. Gardner, to understand why, he has this concern, because we are providing a high level of service with the people that we employ, with the credentialing that they're employed with. So we're not really sure, we haven't had a chance to talk with him to understand why he doesn't think the people we have are sufficient, but they all are within the ability to provide counseling and services that they provide, what's required. So that would be like having the super social worker that had that many credentials. And there are a couple that we employ that do have those credentials, but it's not a requirement. And I think the point made about pre-K teachers is, unfortunately, the Title V program was designed to hire permit teachers, and that's what they could afford. And many of our teachers are highly advanced beyond that, right? They got their bachelor's degrees, and so they have much more experience in education than a permit teacher. So of course, they would like to be paid at the rate that our TK teachers, right, are being paid at, but the funding we get for them doesn't support that. We're really not in a position right now to take money from somewhere else to make up for the lack of funds. So it's an area that we really need to legislate, and I think because of the permit situation is why we have what the governor calls preschool for all, but it's only for 4-year-olds. So the staff that's now teaching the 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds are still being paid with the permit rate and the grant from Title V.
Thank you. And just an observation, I think the number is very large as far as like how much we need to cut, but I think people need to be reminded that, like you're saying, we're cutting that over time, but they only see the big number. So we are cutting that over, the 3 years.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I just have a comment. Is this your last meeting?
Yeah.
I want to publicly thank you for stepping up and taking on the challenge to serve as our interim CBO.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I really want to wish you well.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with you and serving on the board, having you as an employee, a district employee, so thank you.
It's been a pleasure to serve.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to acknowledge the staff for what Mr. Gardner said, the electronic timesheet. We were able to develop that application within 5 months while staff were doing their full work. The payroll supervisor, Adela Franco, and the budget manager, interim director, Errol Branford, and Sergimundo, they worked tirelessly, Saturdays, Sundays, with the programmer to develop that application, test it, roll it out, train people. It's a wonderful software because the board has been getting complaints, the superintendent getting complaints that we were not paying timesheets timely or incorrectly. So we took it on as a project to solve that problem, and it was solved. So thanks and kudos to the staff.
Is that for sub-timesheets as well?
Yes, all the hourly timesheets, yes. They can put in their timesheets while they are at the beach, anywhere, any day.
So, see, now I'm jealous that they didn't have that when I was doing timesheets.
I know. But the beauty is they can look at it and see who is holding it up. If the office manager hasn't approved it, they can see it real time. If payroll is holding it up, they can see it. If HR is holding it up, they can see it. So it's very transparent, ensures accountability across the board.
Just one more quick question. I don't know that we'll be able to answer it tonight, but if possible, can we get a report that sort of like makes heads or tails on the total number of positions that we're actually losing now that we kind of have some sense of retirements, resignations, positions that have been filled, so that what we're going into the school year with, what that staffing looks like, and kind of what the impact is of, that's like the net impact of the RIF notices that we had to issue earlier in the spring.
Yes, Human Resources is working on that, but I would say like for our teachers, we were able to call back all of the teachers. Now, some of them may have accepted a job somewhere else, but we had a position for every teacher that was receiving a RIF. Classified, some of the positions were not able to be called back, but I'm getting the exact number, and then we can send that to you in a Friday communicate tomorrow.
So my first question is, I just needed a point of clarification. I'm sorry, I should have made a bigger deal about this last time. But in slide 8, or slide 5, you're talking about staffing to ratio as provided in the CBA. I expressed some concerns about that last time, but I'm looking at the way the FSP is written, and we have no savings in 24-25. So just a point of clarification, is it the position of the administration that if our enrollment is what it is on August 15th, enrollment day plus whatever, we're combo classing, or are we staffing to ratio next year, or are we not staffing to ratio next year? Next year.
24-25.
24-25, well, the definition of staffing to ratio versus staffing to program, I think Mr. Udo would consider staffing to program overstaffing, right? So I think one of the things that the Superintendent Budget Advisory Council has to work on is defining core and what that looks like. We talked about that before. So I would say that because we use supplemental and concentration money for what would be considered by budget people as overstaffing, and we consider staffing to program, there is still going to be staffing to program. We did try to work with our principals, and, we had a full team of curriculum, Dr. Reynoso's office, everybody there at the staffing meetings with them. So we tried to minimize staffing to program, right, and only take what you really, really need, and project the decline. And then in terms of combos, we've always erred on the side of avoiding them if possible. So we do have a few of them out there, but we try to roll up so that that doesn't happen. We look at the grade level that it's going to occur in because, as Mrs. Fredericks mentioned, early intervention is really important. So when you start comboing younger kids, it gets harder. So we're going to try to do a better job at staffing to ratio. We have some conflicts in our two labor agreements, right? We don't count CTE teachers in our teacher staffing because our contract says that we don't count anybody who's not in the bargaining unit. So that, those are some things we want to work through with the Superintendent Budget Advisory Council, and the labor partners will be part of that. So probably more staffing to ratio you'll see in 25-26.
Okay, so the reason why I mentioned that is because that's a particular bone of contention in this district that we've dealt with in previous years that we haven't had to in the recent years. So I just wanted to know, because it sounds like the answer is a qualified no for the upcoming school year, but that it's possibly more likely in the following year. So I just want to mention, I had some concerns last time with the contract and negotiation number. I have some real concerns with the reductions in hourly materials. Particularly because a lot of those hourly positions are now covered by March 15th. We're going to be in the situation where we're going to make the decision for reductions for 25-26 sometime between first interim and second interim, because we have to give the March 15th. That's going to lead to an explosion of comment and a lot of lobbying for the board to put those positions back in the budget. So I'll just, not to belabor the point because I'm not going to be here, but I would encourage the board to strongly consider their unity in holding fast to that proposal is the way to close this budget problem, because there's a limited number of other options. So I did, want to mention that. I do also want to acknowledge the work. I will also call out the time card because it's evident from the school services audit that we did a long time ago that the time card was a contributing problem in the district's organizational structure. So I'm glad to see that that's resolved, and thank you for that. But LACO demands this document in spite of the fact that this is all based on numbers that are happening right now. And although I don't want to downplay the concern that I have for the board in squaring this gap, given how hard it's been to cut $10 million before in the past, there are still, I want to reassure the public to some extent that there is some level of good news already. Like tax revenues are up 1.2% over the projection for this quarter. So there are signs that California is stabilizing a little bit, which I think is one reason why the ledge and governor's negotiations came down the way that they did. So I have a strong suspicion that these numbers won't look this bad when first interim comes around, but they're still going to be bad, and it's going to be a hard conversation. So I just encourage everyone to remember that the board has to make the best decisions it can for the entire school district, and that's going to result in some sacrifices and some changes in program, and it's going to be a tough year. That's it for me.
I just want to respond in the way that, I don't know if there's consensus on the combo classes, but I think that the combo classes could be an opportunity to address some of the issues that we have with the variance in grade level at each individual grade. So I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as an opportunity. And so if it is a possibility in terms of policy, I think that one is a standing practice in all school districts, and I'm not opposed, so.
If I might throw in a plug, piggybacking on what Mr. Kahilan is saying, if we are so lucky to get the community to vote for the bond and the parcel tax, it will go a long way to help the district. It will allow us to be able to reduce the cuts because we didn't factor those two variables into the FSP. So that's good news waiting to happen.
But you said we did not factor it in.
We didn't factor it in.
I just want to make it clear.
So it's good news waiting to happen. We still need to make a cut, if nothing else, to address the deficit spending that we have. So we still have to cut, regardless.
All right, so this is an action item. And so I would ask that we move to remove the pages that have a different number, and I guess we're including the PowerPoint as our fiscal stability plan document. So for the board report, because I'm assuming that's the official thing that we will send off to LACO, it should remove, let me just see here.
So it's motion to only include the PowerPoint in the report.
So to delete pages 13 through 21 of that board reports package, if that can be the motion, that would be great.
I'll second it. You stated.
All right, that was my motion. Yarma seconds. Anything else? All in favor? One, two, three, four, five. Any opposed? Passes 5-2. All right, we are a little behind, but we're very, very far ahead, so it's really not that wonderful. All right, we are moving on, commentary, to the approval of the adoption of the 24-25 budget and approval of resolution 2273 for fund balance commitment.
Thank you, Board. The superintendent, pursuant to Ed Code Section 42131, recommends the board accept and approve this adopted budget, having reviewed the budget assumptions in previous board meetings. There were no material changes since the last discussion and review. There were some typo changes nicely pointed out by some board members, which we were able to catch. That's what happens when you are rushing through stuff. The good news is this is a positive certification. The implementation of the FSP allows the district to stay solvent not just for current year being 24-25, and 2 out years. We are in that picture in May, June estimated actual, where we just finished our estimated actual and the proposed budget that's before you for adoption. And then we'll switch to our unaudited actual that's due to you in September, on September 15th. We are already working on that. Staff are very, very busy. That's why in business office there is no downtime. There is no vacation time in business office, as you can see from this cycle. These are some of the assumptions which you have reviewed last time that was used in the budget in terms of enrollment, unduplicated count, funded ADA, LCFF ADA. These are some of the other numbers used in terms of the enrollment, the county office enrollment and our total enrollment, the detailed ADA calculation. Yes, I got some comment from board members. Is the projection perfect? No, there's no projection that's perfect. It's based on what we know today. By the time we look at it in first interim, the projections might change. When we get norm day enrollments, we might tweak it a little bit more. And when we see what's happening at different grade levels, we might tweak it again before we do first interim and second interim. But this is what we have today.
Sorry to interrupt. So this PowerPoint is posted? Okay, I don't.
It should be.
I don't see it. I see many things, but I don't see it. Okay, I was just trying to make sure if I could.
We are making some changes based on feedback from board members. As we respond to your questions, we try and update documents. So if this particular one is not posted, it's because that's probably the last corrections we made based on the feedback from board members.
I don't see a PowerPoint at all as one of the attachments for this agenda item. So it's just hard for us to read, even when it's facing us with our eyes.
I'll call it out. Here is saying 23-24 enrollment was 13,951. That's this year. And the county enrollment is 44. And we're projecting a decline of enrollment in 24-25, 25-26 of 13,684, 13,484, and 13,281.
Okay, Mr. Udo, I'm so sorry. I don't want to make you read the whole thing. So, but this is part of the budget narrative, this
Yes.
table? Okay,
Yes.
so we could find it there?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we are a declining enrollment school district, and we are projecting an ADA decline of 68.42 in 23-24, and the ADA decline of 287, 229, and 224 in subsequent years. You can see that in our projections, we were very aggressive in the ADA decline. And yes, one of the questions from the board members is you are not factoring in the ADA recovery program that we're doing. Yes, that's intentional because for now it's a plan. I didn't factor it in the calculation on the LCFF. Some other multi-year assumptions used is the COLA, the step and column, the STIRS and PERS rates, the we didn't correct this template. The H&W rate increases, which is corrected, that's fine. And then the lottery, the CPI, I thought that was the workers' comp. The CPI, the mandated block grant rates, for the K-8 and for the K-12 and for the 9-12. So those are the rates we use in the budget. State budget outlook. I talked a little bit about this already. The governor is maintaining status quo. We're getting the COLA. We're getting some reduction in Prop 98, but not too significant. Excuse me. We are not going to lose the money we thought we were going to lose. The maneuver was modified, where we will retain our Prop 98 spending, and the governor will finance it with general fund money over from now till from 25-26 all the way to 2035. The general fund will be paying back the money that's used to keep us whole in Prop 98. However, what is not in this PowerPoint that I have since read from the agreement, we will be getting some deferral starting this year, June. They will be deferring about 50% of our June cash to next month. So what that translates to for school districts is to manage their cash, because you might have the budget, but if you don't have cash, you can't make payroll. Good news is that we have enough cash to sustain us this year and next year. We shouldn't have any problem, deferral or not. However, after next year, if the deferral continues, staff will need to monitor cash very, very closely to make sure we have enough cash. Why that is important is, most of the grants, they give you budget, you spend your money first, and then you invoice and they pay you back. But that money you're spending first is your general fund money. So it's like you're loaning the government money to run their programs, and then they pay you back. So by so doing, you are depleting your own cash that you use to run your operations. So you have to plan accordingly if you are a district that is low on cash, so that you don't end up on the news that you can't pay your bills. But we manage our cash very well. We should be fine with cash this year and next year. As I showed you last time, if the governor had gotten his way, our Prop 98 revenue would have been the blue line over the years instead of the red line. The red line is what we are entitled to, but because we were overfunded in 22-23, if he had cut that by rebenching Prop 98, our Prop 98 would have become the blue line going out. That's the money we would have lost. So this negotiation mitigated that we are back on the red line, where we are at least close to the red line, because that's our entitlement. Whatever that color is. The dark.
But for 24-25, we still are getting the blue line, and we have a promise of being at the red line.
Yeah, the difference is now promise that will be paid back, but the entitlement remains, is what I'm trying to say. The maneuver would have gotten rid of that money permanently, but now we are getting the money, just not immediately. We'll get it someday. It will be money owed to education. We're getting promissory note. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
So, Mr. Udo, can we maybe skip to the PUSD specific pages? Only because
Yes.
right. That would be great. Thank you.
What's next? State and PUSD. State Budget Committee hearings, outcome. Okay, that has happened. This second line has happened. Third line pending. Budget Committee for here to finalize PUSD FSP next fiscal year. We'll make a budget update to board. By the time the governor signs this budget, if there's any material difference, I'm sure the business office will make a presentation to board in the next few months. But if there is no material difference, you will get first interim that gives you a detailed update and hopefully the outlines of the finalized FSP. It won't be finalized by then, but hopefully the committee will begin to have a picture of where we are by first interim. That's it.
Questions? All right. You do? On this item, we're also doing the resolution for the commitment, the fund balance commitment. Do we currently have any funds committed to cover our liabilities for OPEB?
No.
Okay, so we had put 10 million
In Fund
to
17.
cover that.
Fund 17.
But now we've taken, it's no longer for that. So we are still what, 30-some million unfunded liabilities.
Based on the last actuarial study.
Okay. Do we have unfunded liabilities in workers' comp?
Yes, we have unfunded liabilities in workers' comp. However, we have more than enough cash to pay any liabilities we have within the next year and more. But we don't have enough cash to fully fund the entire long-term liability.
Okay, so I tried to find that in the audit. I saw a number that looked like 19 million. Does that sound like the right number?
Or you mean for cash?
For workers' compensation unfunded liabilities?
Workers' compensation, oh, please don't hold me to this. It will be in the presentation you get. It was somewhere close to that, if not a little more.
I just wasn't sure. I wanted to
It
see
will
if that
probably
was,
be a little bit more than that.
if I was looking in the right place. And you said that for property and liability, we've been funding, it's almost $1 million, 935,000 each year for 4 or 5 years. So we now have an ending balance. So for 24, 25, we don't need to move that money over. What happens in 25, 26?
Same thing. Remember
Are the costs decreasing?
No. Remember the property and liability and workers' comp, they are all in Fund 67. We have
But we have 3 different sub-funds there.
We have 3 different sub-funds, but when we report it as one fund. We have been transferring money over to Fund 67 from general fund cash. And when we had
Cover our
money.
unfunded liabilities.
Now that
and to cover current expenses.
Yeah, but for the benefit of everyone else, the funding of long-term liabilities, you have options. One, you do fund as you go per CSAM. CSAM is the California School Accounting Manual. You do fund as you go, meaning whatever your liability is for that year, you pay for that. You budget and pay for that. Or you fund based on your actuarial study, or you put money away in a reserve account. Some people put it in an irrevocable trust, or you put it in Fund 67, or you put it in PERS account. Some people use PERS for that. We do a mixture of both. In good times, with the permission of the board, we've been putting money away, transferring money to from general fund to Fund 67 and to Fund 17 to help address the long-term liabilities in good times. Just like the state is doing, in bad times, you repackage and adjust accordingly. We are withdrawing the Fund 17 money to help minimize the impact of cuts in the classroom. That's part of the FSP. Same thing in Fund 67. We have more than enough cash there now, and the decision was why increase the cuts to the classroom when we can use some of that reserve that we have built in good time to minimize that impact. Can we continue to contribute? Yes, we can, but it's a decision for the board to make.
And then on the criterion standards, there's some pages that talk about the status of negotiation, but it also has 23, 24, number of employees, 24, 25, 25, and it looked as though the certificated non-management grew from 23, 24 going till next year. But
Dr.
I'm confused by that.
I think Dr. Blanco touched on the staffing callbacks and relative to 23, 24. You want to speak to that? The statement you made earlier that there were some people that we were able to bring back.
Well, I understand, and I want to distinguish between positions and people.
I was not necessarily talking about positions. I was talking about the actual people to a different job.
Oh, okay.
So for the majority of positions that were eliminated, they were really eliminated. The ESSER people are, no longer here in ESSER, right? Yeah. So that's where I said some of the classified staff were. I think the total that we brought back were like 7 positions, if I remember, that we felt we needed to put back into the budget, but 7 out of 200 is a really small number. And there were some positions that we've received a letter that the grant had gotten approved and carried over, so we brought some positions back that way. But overall, staffing, we did project some reductions based on enrollment, right? So are you saying that the document doesn't reflect that?
It looks like there's plus 46 in certificated non-management from 23-24 to 24-25. And I also saw that for certificated teacher salaries, that specific part of certificated, that it went up 3 million. So I do have, it's just a little confusing. And to Patrice's question earlier, which I meant to follow up on, is in the past, we've had reports in the budget for adopted that show the number of positions in 23-24 in the budget year that's ending and the budget year that's coming, because we often are told, oh yeah, that position was in the budget, but without those documents, it's hard to see. So I'm so sorry, I meant on the last item. So Patrice did say that she was interested in seeing a report on positions, right, not people. And so is that a consensus that we all want that? A report on positions, the change from 23-24. Okay, so definitely a board request, but sorry, go ahead.
Another area was that we were overspent in our categorical funds, which Mr. Udo mentioned early on in the presentation, you cannot do. So we did take some of the wellness teachers and our instructional coaches, and we moved them to Measure J, which is general fund, in an effort to buy another year. So when the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Council looks at services, part of the stabilization was that they will only go in that Measure J fund for 1 year.
Which is the 3 million that
Okay,
board president
makes
is
sense then.
referring to. I was going to answer that question and say the 3 million is because of the shifts into
From
general
restricted
fund.
to unrestricted.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we do anything different to inform the accuracy of the enrollment projections this year by chance?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
We did a lot of work on the enrollment projections. I think I talked about this in either first or second interim. We did collaboratively, business service, technology, data group, Dr. Rennie's group, HR, Dr. Hill's office, and the enrollment office. We independently did projections. In my case, statistical projection. Dr. Rennie did his statistical projection. We met in the middle with the enrollment office and HR. HR met with the principals and the various sites to get a sense of where they see the enrollment going. We met with Dr. Hill and the enrollment office to look at the numbers. And then we smoothed out the projection, the mathematical projections, using the empirical data we were getting from enrollment office and from HR and the sites. So the final numbers for the projection is still not perfect science, it's still a projection, but it's not solely a mathematical exercise, it's mathematical exercise plus empirical smoothing, if you will. So it was a multi-unit effort this year, unlike in previous years, to come up with the number. Time will tell if we did a better job or not.
I was wondering if you were going to say everyone came up with the same number, so it
no.
must be right.
No. No.
But did we use the surveys from parents that say if they're going to?
That's why we got involved, enrollment office and the sites and the principals through HR. So everybody did it in different periods, and then we came together and using the information every group had to agree on the final number.
That's nice. That's reassuring. And then
Dr. Hill and Dr. Rennie took the lead on that to make that happen.
fantastic. I'm glad there's the collaboration.
Yes.
And then lastly, I seem to recall in the past, the enrollment decline was 400, but now it's 200-ish.
We're doing well. We're
better.
not doing fantastic, but we're on the right trajectory. Even on the ADA percentage, we're on the right trajectory. We are not there yet. But statewide, the ADA percentage is in the low 90th percentile. So we are in line with the state, but we want to be better. And there are a couple of proposals the governor has in the final budget around the ADA. I just didn't touch on that until we see the details behind it. So even at the state level, they recognize that that's a problem for everybody.
And then is it the TK that's helping the,
Right now, TK is
Enrollment.
helping us a lot. Yeah, we've gone from 65 just a year ago to over 240. So we're doing very well. Is it a year or 2 years? When did TK start? About 2 years ago? 2 years ago? Yeah, from 60 something to
I think we're at
200
330
plus.
this year, and we're expecting about.
Yeah, we're doing well.
great, thank you.
I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval is submitted.
Second?
I have brief diatribe, a brief comment. I just have some pretty serious concerns about some of the assumptions. And so one of the things Mr. Udo alluded to was workers' comp. And the reason I have a concern is so this is something we charge ourselves on our payroll. And so it went from being a 5% charge on our payroll this current year to a 3% next year. And I hear that it's getting better, and that's great. At least from this budget, next year's costs look the same as this year's, a little bit more. So, but it does, by making that change and using it in the assumptions, lower our 2 out years expenditures by about $6 million. And I'm also a little bit concerned, again, about, not, if it's been important to make those contributions for property and liability, and I understand, maybe this is not something we want to do, but again, we've lowered our expenditures for the out years by another 2 million, so now we're at 8 million. And when I look at where we are in terms of 3 years out, we are just barely over our minimum reserves. And if you look at our special ed contributions, we're also, again, predicting very, very small increases. So I'm not convinced that our multi-year projections are realistic. I think we're underestimating our expenditures, and so I think a positive certification is a little too generous for this. So I see that on paper, it all looks great, but those are my concerns.
And what would be your recommendation?
To have more realistic multi-year projections? How do we get there? We're gonna have to make cuts. I heard this is not a now problem, it's a then problem, but I would say it was a now problem a year ago, and we didn't really start entertaining cuts until February. So, again,
I think that the comments that you're making are very serious, and it's saying to staff that what you're recommending to us right now is not totally acceptable. And so what is your thought on what the fix should be, aside from just saying cuts, because we already know that has to happen, and he's saying that. So then I don't understand why you wouldn't support a positive recommendation.
Okay, well, I've explained why, because I think these numbers don't reflect where we really are. So, okay.
Okay, so then it's interesting to hear from you then, Kim, why you say that. Because I'm not understanding. I thought our roles up here as board members were to listen to the recommendations of staff, and if they present something to us that we don't find acceptable, then we should have a recommendation for what we want them to bring to us and when. And I don't know, when does this have to be filed by?
By
And so, And so now to say that you don't support a positive recommendation, so then what do you support? Maybe that would help.
Didn't I say qualified? I thought I said
I mean qualified, but you said you don't support
a positive.
a positive, but you support a qualified.
I do.
If I may, the cuts in the FSP, remember, is just outlines. The board can direct the superintendent to cut more, which will allow you to build. So, for example, the board can say, at the end of the FSP, we want to see a 10% reserve. And part of that 10% reserve should go to long-term liability like OPEB or whatever. That can be a board direction when the committee is formed to get what you want.
Yeah, and
This budget allows us to meet our mandated requirement today.
Right, I don't want you to misunderstand me, Kim. I'm not trying to be critical. I hear what you're saying, and I know you've studied this thing, you've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. And I would like to understand your languaging on why you would support, what was the one you support?
Qualified.
The qualified, and not support, what's the one you don't support?
Positive.
The positive. And you're recommending,
I'm recommending positive.
so and I'm trying to understand.
So I'm saying I disagree. You're asking me to make an alternate recommendation, which I don't know that that's my place, so I'm not necessarily doing that. And I've given the reasons. I don't.
No, I'm just trying to understand because okay, so we have to vote on this, right? And I think that it helps if we could all, I don't know if everyone feels the same, I don't know how everyone feels, we'll find out when we vote, but it does help to understand how you got to where you got to, and then what a suggestion would be to fix it. And if it's the same thing that we're gonna do anyway, I don't understand why we wouldn't support
Positive.
Positive.
And again, it's not
Positive
about
recommend.
what we're going to do, it's about a representation of where we are. And so if we represented it differently, we would still need to cut money next year.
So what's the difference between if we file?
Qualified simply means that in one or more of the 3 years, we will not be able to make payroll.
3% reserve.
Or we will not be able to meet our reserve.
So that's being presumptuous, isn't it? We don't know that.
Exactly. In the 3 years.
So again, I've made a comment.
Okay.
I would have been able to make this comment earlier, but not all of the reports were available for our 13th meeting. So I had to wait until these were posted to actually even understand these parts of the budget.
Okay.
So otherwise I would have made them earlier and perhaps we could have had a different conversation. So I apologize, but the numbers weren't there to be seen, so.
Patrice has raised her hand, but I do have to say something about this.
Just a point of clarification. It looks as though in our resolution that we have a practice of doing a 6% reserve, thank you for the word, versus what is required by statute, which is 3%. So if there is some question about there being uncertainty for us being able to make the projected budget on paper, then might a solution be to ask staff to explore the possibility of going down to, say, a 4% reserve for just this next fiscal year, if that's something that is something will get us to there being greater flexibility with having dollars to cover said expenses.
The 6% reserve was something that the board agreed to, and it's 3% over what the mandate is. So I don't understand.
So let me clarify. So it's our board policy to have a 6% reserve, and when the board passed that originally, the people who wrote it, we meant it to be all 3 years. And as you know, we have a much, much, much bigger reserve right now. And the idea is that 3% is really not enough to cover payroll. So The interpretation by staff, though, for the entire time that that policy's been in effect, is that the 6% is only for the first year, and the 2 years is only a 3%. So that's, okay, well,
That
that's.
wasn't what I was suggesting. I was suggesting, my assumption is that if it's 6%, it's 6% for all 3 years. Perhaps, if there is some concern, then perhaps maybe we consider for one of said 3 years, reducing it down from 6 to 4. That's my recommendation.
But I'm trying to say that it's already 3 for the 2 out years. That is what's implemented by staff. That's what's here in this presentation. So it's already 3, which is the minimum for us.
No, that's what the resolution says, though. I'll read it again, but I don't think that's what this says.
So in terms of the certification, even if we only have 3%, the county would still certify us as positive. So that's an internal policy. My understanding was that when we were able to do it, that would be like a goal. I have to go back and read the policy again myself, because I was here when we established it. And I think we also didn't want to be in the situation that we're in again right now, right, when the policy was created, because it's very difficult to cut services and programs. I would say, though, President Kenny, you have brought to my attention several times that we end up with more money than we say, right? And this was very hard to explain to, the press and people that want to know and understand our budget. It's that we have to, at this point in time, account as if everybody spent every penny, right? We won't know what they really spent until August. And so what happens is, for the structural deficit, we're budgeting more money than we're actually getting, right? And then when you do that, it shows that we're using up the savings account, the reserve. But in reality, we kept on building the reserve every year for probably the last 5 years. So the way the county looks at the paperwork is, what are you bringing in and what do you say is going to go out? We end up with money on the table every year. Now, this year could be different, right? We could spend more of the savings account and it could really happen. But part of why that's been happening, it's not just in Pasadena, it's been all over the state, is we have a labor shortage, we have a supply shortage. So things that we plan to do, the best made plans, haven't been working out, and that's why we have a surplus. And we're not able to hire all the people that we plan to hire. So until, the books are balanced again, or the unaudited actuals and the audited actuals are done, we don't really know if we're going to end up with more money than this paperwork is showing. So if that happens, we're going to be working with the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. Right now, Mrs. Bailey and President Kenny are on the RAC. That's going to be the steering committee for that. And so you could direct us to make more reductions than are in the fiscal stabilization plan if we close the books and see that we're really less than, we plan to be.
And if I may add a couple of things. One, the 2 reasons President Kenny gave were things that I instituted when I started here. This district never contributed 5% to workers' comp. I started that to build a financial stability in workers' comp, because my first year here, the audit report said we were not able to fund our long-term liability. I made that recommendation to the CBO and the board accepted, and we started building the workers' comp reserve and moved it to 4% to 4.5% to 5%, so that based on the experience using the insurance industry terminology in terms of usage of workers' comp. So I increased that rate based on the actuarial study and the size of our liability. But as the trend of the liability started going down, I also made the determination, and you will get the report. I have the report. I just have not sent it to you because I was working on the budget. So if I'm not able to send it by tomorrow, you will get it within a week. because I've been working with the TPA to get you some analysis of workers' comp to show you that we are in the downward trajectory. So that is something I instituted. It has nothing to do with the financial requirement. I wanted us to be very financially prudent. Second, on the OPEB long-term liabilities, I also instituted that. You never had a Fund 17. I was the one that instituted it here to say we have a long-term liability and we have a lot of money. It's only prudent for us to begin to put money away. Again, anybody, including our private accounts, when you have money, you save money. When you don't have money, you tighten your seatbelt. Instead of laying people off, I'm hearing from the board, we should keep the cuts away from the classroom. The way you do that is to leverage your reserves, and that's what we are doing. However, the board can say, don't touch for 17, cut everything else. If we cut the entire central office, it will still not be enough. Then you must cut classrooms. So if we are really being direct and blunt, this is a very good budget. Is it my favorite budget? No. Everybody here knows I'm a financial hawk. I'm a conservative to the core. This is not my favorite budget. We need to cut. I've said that 100 different ways, so I agree with Ms. Kenny completely. However, this is the best budget any CBO can give you. I recommend you approve it. And by the way, if you don't approve it, if the board does not approve it, for example, majority of you do not approve it, it makes the district look bad. When you go out to fund your bond, it will cost your taxpayers more money because your financial health will not look good. So it will cost the voters money by you putting out very bad financial records. That's my speech.
All right, Jennifer's next, and I'm sorry, I have Jennifer and then Yarma.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Udo. So it's a very interesting discussion, and I have a little story. My father-in-law didn't want to take the medication after he had a massive heart attack, and the doctor said, well, I want you to have a quadruple bypass or something. Father-in-law goes, no, I'm not going to do that. He goes, you're not? He goes, no, I'm not going to do it. He says, well, you're going to have to take this medication. Doctor's telling him. He goes, not going to take the medication. Doctor says to him, and where did you get your medical degree? And I really took that to heart, because we go to people because we trust them. We hire people because we trust them. And there's always a lot of talk in this district about who trusts who and who distrusts who, and the trust starts right here, and I've said that before. Trust starts right here, and we reflect that trust to the senior leadership team. And I trust you on this. I've read through this, I've listened to you, I've met with you monthly. I trust you on this. And there's absolutely no reason we shouldn't have a positive certification here for this, for our July 1st deadline. To do anything less is to throw an arrow into the middle, a flaming arrow, into the middle of PUSD and signal, I don't trust these people. That is not what trustees do. So I am happy with this. I know it's not your favorite. I know it must have been difficult for you to do this, because I understand where you come from, and I respect that. And I'm here to say thank you for this hard work. And I trust you, and I trust everybody sitting over there.
Thank you.
And I trust my superintendent.
Yarma?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Kenny, you make a very compelling case, and I think that my initial question to you is, what do you see happening in order for you to be able to move forward with the plan? What needs to happen in your mind? Because I understand your criticisms, or I understand your identified liabilities. Got it. So in order to move forward with the plan, what has to happen?
So I don't know if that's a question for me. I think that's a question for the board. So I've stated my case and where I am.
Right, but I think that where I'm confused is, and
So,
My goal is not to be antagonistic. My goal is to really understand, right? Because I hear what you're saying. There are some impediments for you to supporting this plan, and these are serious impediments that you take issue with. Got it. So if we were going to address those, what would that look like?
so it's a little late because this information wasn't available 2 weeks ago, when that would have been a good time to have that conversation.
Got
But
it.
the same way that, and again, I'm not doing this as an attack, but some people choose to abstain. I'm choosing to vote against this because I'm not confident in the numbers, and my vote has to mean something.
Right, and you have the right to do that, and that's not what I am asking. What I'm trying to say is, if, right, I understand that there's some challenges in the past. I understand that there were some ideal situation that could have happened if we would have the time, the information on the right, if we would, I understand all of that. Today, as we are right now, is there anything that you can think of that we can change?
So, and I've said it, file qualified rather than positive. Okay, so I've said,
Okay.
okay.
I'm not asking you again, I'm just gonna read the whereas in the resolution. Number 2773, it's the fifth one down, it says, whereas the Board of Trustees is committed to maintaining a prudent level of financial resources, to protect against the need to reduce services levels because of temporary revenue shortfalls or unpredicted expenditures, and has established a reserve for economic uncertainties equal to 6% of general fund expenditures and other financing uses in the current year, with a goal of maintaining 6% in each of the 2 subsequent years. Does that, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Superintendent, Mr. CBO, does that not say that we're going to maintain 6% in all 3 years? Am I reading this incorrectly?
That's, different people read it differently because this comes up every so often. And I've heard different interpretations that says it's 6% in 1 year, and the rest of the year is only a goal, but not a mandate. And I've heard Madam President said no, that it's supposed to be 6 years each year. But my takeaway, reading it legally, because as a fiscal person, we read everything legally. It is a goal. It is stated as a goal, not a mandate. However, in terms of what the board president is saying or what she wants, I don't disagree. As I stated, I was the one that started the funds for the long-term liabilities. I agree with her. We should build those reserves back, and we should continue it. All I'm saying is, it doesn't stop us from approving this budget. The committee will work on FSP. The board can mandate and now give a firm interpretation on what you just read and say, it's not a goal. Our requirement is every year we want to see 6%. Address that in your FSP and bring it in second interim.
So I hear that it's a goal, but my question then is, our practice and how we're implementing said resolution, are we doing 6% each year, or are we just doing it in the first year?
In the first year.
Well, then that's a different thing. Our practice is different than what the stated intention is here.
But just to clarify, if we look at our multi-year projection, the amount set aside for the reserves is 3% all 3 years? So what I'm saying to you is the documents have 3%. If it was 6%, I mean, I don't know that it would matter if the first year was 6%, but I'm just saying, even on practice, these documents all have a 3% number.
So, I'm sorry, were you done? You know what?
I'm just asking, why is it then, so why is our resolution asking us to do something that the document does not match?
When that resolution was written, when we filed negative.
Understand?
And when the discussion was happening here, the then CBO pushed back and said this shouldn't be a mandate. Because if it is a mandate, that will mean she will have to make cuts every year to meet that requirement, because we are just coming out of a negative filing. So the board modified the language and made it a goal that we should aspire to build such reserve, because 3% was not enough. So the intent was never to be a mandate, is to get there someday as we build our financial foundation.
And we know that someday is not a day that exists on anybody's calendar.
Yeah, so
But my question is this: if in fact we are not actually practicing that whereas, then should we delete that whereas from said
or modify it.
resolution for fund balance, at least if we're not gonna practice it this year? Then I will move approval with the amendment of striking whereas section number 5 from resolution 2773.
What would be the implication of removing the positive?
It's not that it's positive, it's just saying that we're not doing the 6% reserve, that's all.
So can
I'm
we,
asking in addition to.
Hang on one second, because I want to clarify. So are you moving the budget and the resolution, because they are the same action?
no, because I'm not ready yet. I still want to say something else. That's what I was going to say, that we need to make that amendment when we move the budget as well. Then you'll include this in that because they're together, if you don't mind.
Thought that was what my motion just said.
I know, but I wanted to say something that it's not going to fit after she makes the motion, right? Because once
So-
you make the motion, the conversation
Can you hold your
shifts.
motion until we?
That's what I'm
I know Michelle and
do that.
Pat had raised their hands.
Won't die.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, and, I mean, this kind of goes for all of us. When we make comments and we say things that's not clear, if it's not clear to us sitting up here, it's not going to be clear to the community who goes and looks at this later, or who's watching now. And so my point, Kim, was when you made your statement, when you made your comment, I needed you to clarify, not just for me or for us, but for everyone, because people are listening. This conversation is very confusing every time we talk about the budget. It is very confusing to the greater community. And it is really challenging to go out and try to discuss this with folks from the community when they're coming back at you with who said what and this was unclear and you're not even clear. So we just need to be clear and take our time and just sometimes explain what we mean and what we say. I'm of the belief that if you put something out there, for instance, like Patrice just did, if you put something out there that is opposite to what staff is recommending, then I do believe that it's in our purview as board members to ask them to come back with something in order and to, if need be, describe what that something is so that they can get it right when they come back and we don't have to go back and forth again. And then as far as the timing, I mean, you're saying, well, you could have done this if you had it 2 weeks ago. What is the protocol for that when we're getting budget reports and we're going to be approving? Should we have them a couple of weeks in advance? And then what does that, what kind of load does that, workload does that put on staff? We need to have these conversations so that we can get our calendars all synced together. So if we want more leeway into budget discussions, we could have that information earlier. But we need to understand what their timelines are as well for deadlines that they have to meet. And so I wasn't trying to be critical or come at you. I was hoping that you could say exactly what, why you had made that decision, because I needed to understand the difference in why you would support a positive versus a qualified, because I didn't understand it, especially when like Dr. Blanco said, huh?
If you want to qualify.
Okay, especially, well, I just said versus, especially when we're going to get the positive anyway, once we submit it, so.
All right, so
And those are the kind of questions that people will ask, you know, why
hopefully I
did that
answered
happen?
your questions.
Hey, you gave me what you gave me.
Okay.
And that's what we got, and I have to live with that.
Can I make one final comment for the benefit of the community?
Mr. Udos, so sorry. I want to let Pat talk. Okay.
For the benefit of the community, because I don't want the community to think we are mismanaging the budget. Madam President asked a question about the increase in the certificated salaries line. It's about a little over $3 million. Those are programs that this board discussed in second interim that you did not want to lay off, people we were going to lay off. We shifted them from categorical programs into general funds. That's $3 million out of the reserve that we could have used. Another is about $4 million that we used from ESSA funds to help custodian cost and transportation cost that I just finished telling you. We get about $3 million and we spend about $7 million this year. And then next year, it was shifted back to general fund. That's almost $9 million right there. So I don't disagree with the premise of the president's concerns in terms of long-term financial health. I actually agree, which is why I instituted those two examples she gave. What I'm saying is that we did and we do meet the mandated responsibility of a balanced budget. This board can and should get involved in the FSP process and establish the baseline you want to see. Just know it will require tough discussions. You must cut. There is no way around it. So we might as well start that conversation with the community now. What the president is asking for is for us to make cuts to restore the long-term liability reserve for OPEB and for Fund 67. So the community needs to know that. I am for cutting, but it will be very painful. So I don't want to leave here with any misconceptions. I agree with everything the board president said, but you can't have that without the tough discussions of the cuts. To get that, you must do the difficult job of cutting and telling that to the community.
Okay, so I have to add a couple things to my commentary because I want to address some of the things that came up. First and foremost is I don't think that we should change the language of the budget resolution because I think one of the reasons why we are in the position we are now is that we had a bigger reserve. So it's, and full disclosure, I've sat here on some previous budgets and argued that we were cutting some of the wrong things or we weren't spending enough money in some areas because I thought we should have spent more of the ESSER 3 money when we got it on certain things. But this is part of the gig. We're supposed to argue about this stuff because we're representing different perceptions on what the district needs, and we all should be arguing strenuously for the things that we support. So, in the long run, it's probably better that I lost those fights, even though I wouldn't have said them at the time, because it means it's easier on the district over the next couple of years, right? So everyone has to make the best assessment and the best judgment that they can using the assumptions. Now, I'm not saying the chief business officer has to use assumptions to build the budget. Those assumptions can always be argued over. They can be argued both that they're too optimistic or that they're too pessimistic. You know, on multiple occasions, we've had members of our bargaining units come up and say, we're not going to spend that much money in this thing. We should be spending it on something else. Then we didn't wind up spending it, but did we not wind up spending it because of that feedback or not because of that feedback? So these are all, I think, these are normal and healthy conversations, even when they get pointed and people get upset. Like, people should be upset. We're talking about service cuts to kids in our school district. Nobody wants to do that.
No.
Nobody wants to cut any of this stuff next year. So I wanted to get that part out of the way. Second, I have a real difficulty with this budget, but it's not because of anything that staff has done or because I have a particularly strong disagreement with their budget assumptions. It's because I've weighed in on this as these individual decisions have come before us this last year. I've disagreed with some of the priorities and the spending choices that the board has made. But that's also okay and normal. We don't necessarily all have to agree that we should be giving this much of a raise to this unit or that much of a raise to this other unit. We're supposed to hammer these things out, and this is the place where we kind of have to do it, at least if we want to be open and transparent. So there's been a lot of conversation about the budget in the media, and of course, the headlines are always, dire and terrible, and take the worst possible characterization of the budget that we're talking about. But I think it's important to remind the people in the public that this is a process that involves these 7 people all coming to a concurrence about what it is we're going to prioritize. We are all not ever going to get what we want, unless the federal government suddenly fully funds IDEA, then we might actually all get what we want in 1 year. But that's not, that's not because we have bad priorities. It's not because we have, bad ideas about what the district should be doing. We all just have slightly different ideas of what the priorities should be. So I am going to vote for this budget, even though I don't like it. But I do think that I want to acknowledge some of the recommendations that staff can give us a recommendation. If we disagree with it, then they will come to us with another recommendation. And then we will agree with it, and we said, well, we just did what staff recommended. Yeah, but if we had done what staff recommended the first time, then we wouldn't have done what staff recommended the second time. So I caution all of us in leaning a little bit too hard on this. It's a question of trust with staff. It's not necessarily a question of trust with staff. It's a question of trust in the staff plus the board. And that part of that involves in, do we think the board is making the right decision, right? And sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't think the board's making the right decision. I think sometimes staff feels, and sometimes understandably so, that that's a reflection on staff. Like, sometimes it seems like we're yelling at you guys when really the problem is the 7 of us don't agree. And so you're kind of stuck in the hard position of having to come up with a recommendation that the board is going to support. And I don't envy the ELT or the superintendent that job. That's a very, very difficult job. So I think that, taking temperature in the room, it's important for us to remember that this is a preliminary document, that things will change when we get the unaudited actuals, and that we already have a promise. I mean, you are outgoing interim CBO, but you did promise last time that we would get a catch-up budget in September. So I'm hoping that your successor follows through on that. And I think a lot of these conversations will be much better informed at that point, because we will know quite a bit more in the way of details. So that's it for my commentary.
All right, so Patrice wanted to make a motion. For the budget and the... I'm so sorry.
I did
thought you-
originally make a motion to approve the budget and the fund committee resolution. What I pulled off of the table was an amendment to the
I'm so sorry.
resolution, to the fund balance commitment.
It must
There
have
is a
been a
motion.
while ago. That's why I forgot.
Yeah, because when you have a motion and a second,
So
you
we
didn't
had a
have
motion a
discussion.
second. And so do you still want to do an amendment to your motion?
No, thank you.
All right. So are we ready to vote? All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes 6-1. righty. We have a very brief Resolution 2774, Education Protection Account for Pasadena Unified School District.
We already have a motion.
No, this is for item number 6. Multiple resolutions tonight. Does anyone want an explanation of this or no?
I'll move approval.
All right,
Second.
all right. All in favor? Passes 7-0. Next on our agenda is a presentation, update on asset management initiative. I'm going to assume we're going forward. Without a break?
Can we just approve it?
It's a presentation. Mr. Carrasco, we'll have a 5-minute break so that people can pay better attention.
Okay, great.
It's not personal.
My name is Melanie Gray. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Willard Elementary School, and I've been working for Pasadena Unified for 9 years. My favorite thing about being a teacher is watching them grow and develop and learn, especially in those areas where they thought that they couldn't. I have a lot of kids that'll come in beginning of the year and they'll say, I don't like math, I'm a bad writer, I don't like to read, and then to watch them blossom and grow in those areas where they lacked confidence and now they're trying it and they're excelling. I think I love that more than anything else.
I nominated Miss Gray because when it comes to teaching, Miss Gray is the whole package. She's got like a little bit of a magic touch, and I don't know how to explain it. When you're in her presence, you feel like, oh, okay. It's gonna be okay.
What makes Ms. Gray special is her personality.
She loves to help people, which is something I really love about Ms. Gray. And I feel she cares about all her kids every year.
The parents absolutely love Mrs. Gray, and this is unsolicited. I could just be walking from my office to the library, and if a parent might stop me and say, just Miss Gray is so amazing with my kid.
One of the things my daughter was struggling with was math when she came in. My daughter was fortunate enough to have Mrs. Gray for 2 years, and by the end of her first year, my daughter went from struggling with math to being part of the math team.
In Ms. Gray's class, we learned so much. She makes it fun, though.
Being in Ms. Gray's class is fun because learning isn't just boring.
I like it that she tries to make us learn, but at the same time have fun. She understands how different people read in different ways. She understands how people learn different ways. I feel like she knows all the ways to help kids.
I think it was last week where I saw how our students are thriving, making their presentations to everyone, and it was just amazing from top to bottom that these were 5th graders that were going up and presenting, much like I see 20-year-olds doing in my industry. And that was something that she was able to nurture out of all the students. I know that when my daughter's in her class, she's getting a world-class education, which I feel very fortunate as a parent that my child is getting that.
She helps us a ton, and she'll walk around and check in with us, see how we're doing.
And actually sits there step by step by step until they get it.
And she's always there by my side to help me which I really appreciate.
I haven't really struggled with anything in Miss Gray's class because she helps us and pays attention.
No true learning happens without building relationships with students. It is a challenge trying to meet all of their needs, but it's definitely a challenge that I'm up to and that I really work hard to try to meet all the needs of the students as best as I can. And I build relationships with the kids, and that helps them to get comfortable, and be successful.
Thanks to Miss Gray, yes, I feel I'm ready for the 6th grade. She made me overcome my fear of speaking in front of the class, and when I feel I can't do it, she's always there to help support me. I probably wouldn't even feel comfortable doing this interview if it wasn't for Miss Gray.
Melanie, I want to congratulate you. I am so thrilled for you.
Congratulations, Mrs. Gray. We're really proud of you, and it's a very well-deserved award.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I'm really proud that you got this award, and I think you really deserve it. Great job.
I'm so excited that we get to share how wonderful you are with our greater community. You are more than deserving, and we are just honored to be able to share this moment with you. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Miss Gray, on winning Teacher of the Year. You deserve it, and you're the best teacher ever.
Good job. I'm glad you won this award. You deserve it. You're the greatest teacher.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. You deserve this. You really are one of the best teachers in the world.
And Miss Gray, you're my favorite teacher.
You're the best teacher ever.
Congratulations, Miss Gray. I really love you, and I think you're the best teacher I've ever had.
All right, we're back. We are moving on. Update on Asset Management Initiative with Mr. Carrasco.
Hello there, good evening. President Kenny, fellow trustees, Superintendent Blanco.
This was supposed to be a co-presentation with our legal counsel. However, they were unable to attend to support their daughter on a once-in-a-lifetime educational experience abroad. So, we excuse that that absence in support of their daughter. So, what I'm here today is to provide a very high-level update in regards to asset management. This effort has been going on for the past 5 months. We presented to you with legal counsel and myself and SLT on February the 1st. And on that day, we talked briefly about the need for asset management and also the expected returns. But I did want to make sure that I did reiterate what our legal counsel defined as asset management. And they defined it as managing district properties with a priority to school functions and community needs, while simultaneously considering and creating opportunities for ongoing revenue generation. In that presentation from our legal counsel, main points were selling district property is rarely the best option. Another main point was district must take all the necessary steps to identify all district properties that it owns, and also to ensure that district retains ownership of those properties. We also talked briefly about the alternatives to surplus of properties, which include joint use efforts, joint occupancy, and exchange. In that presentation, we also talked about civic center permits and a 3-year summary of the revenue that has been generated. Lastly, in that presentation, we also talked about the various relationships that we have with our community partners, the facility lease agreements, facility use agreements, and so on. On that same day, SLT presented a long-term facility planning a process. And the recommendation from SLT was to engage in the collection of data and evaluation regarding asset management, program efficiency, and wait to start any school consolidation process until program year 26-27. And in that presentation, SLT also detailed various steps and actions that need to occur regarding program efficiency as well as asset management. Both of those presentations identified that the team or the district needed to conduct an asset management and revenue enhancement study, assess disposition and use options for underutilized school sites, and last but not least, assess the short and long-term leasing options for the district, for district properties with the aim to maximize their value. In the past 5 months, we've been engaging in a variety of activities. One of those activities is the asset management and revenue enhancement study. The process for study or the methods or the methodology that has been used is we are engaged in performing site-specific fair market evaluations or valuations. We've also conducted site assessments to understand the physical characteristics, take an inventory and review of potential underutilized properties district-wide, and lastly, assess disposition and use options that are fiscally viable and serve the best interests of the district and its educational community. The steps, more specifically, that have been realized or have been taken is that we have listed all district-owned properties, and the properties are being researched. Title reports have been requested. We've also retained consultants to assist us in the preparation of fair market valuations. We've been able to identify a handful of sites that have the highest potential based on valuation analysis and site assessment. And then the above steps should be realized within the next 3 to 5 months. The other effort that we're engaging is revenue enhancement. The district goal is to consider and review short-term leasing and long-term leasing and use options for current and future agreements. The methods for that is to inventory and review leases district-wide, assess financial and community benefits, and review civic center use fees being charged by the district. These are the steps that are being taken to support that effort. As you can see, list all of district-owned sites that are currently under lease or under a civic center permit or use. Consultants retained, develops strategies for renegotiation, same or entering into new agreements. Research potential increases to civic center use fees based on the results of analysis, and that aspect should be finalized again within the next 3 to 4 months. The last item that the asset management team also identified is an opportunity to review our charter agreements and making sure that we abide by the statutes that govern those relationships. And last but not least, the team has identified the need to look at the developer fees that's being charged by the district. And these are the efforts that the asset management team has been engaged with the last 5 months. We look forward to providing more information as we move along, and that's what we have for you.
Mr. Krasko, I don't know if you mentioned that part of the rent is that we're evaluating as leases come up. And so there have been some that have come up that we've extended for an additional month because we wanted to be able to make sure that you had this presentation and were able to ask questions.
So I had one, one of the questions that came up when I saw an email fly by, I didn't get a chance to read it with fidelity, but I wanted to ask a clarification question. When it comes to assigning fair market value, there's what a commercial entity would pay, right? That's one way that you could assess fair market value. There's what other districts typically charge for these sorts of things, right? That could be fair market value. There's a combination of the two. So I know that there are some norms out there that a lot of school districts do, like they'll offer cut rate leases to nonprofits that primarily serve their students or whatever, like, and we've done that here in the past. So when we get the information presentation from the asset manager, what I would like to see, and I think it would probably be useful for the board, is the first column is what we're currently charging people, the second column is what the market will bear, and then the third column is districts in comparable situations to ours still might offer lower than market for some of these uses. So based on staff or whatever, like, this is how much we think we should charge. Because this one's gonna bring everybody out of the woodwork. And I would encourage all of the board members to remember to keep that end goal. Like, what we're trying to do here is buttress up our fiscal solvency, right? So there's no doubt in my mind that all of the current people who are occupying our sites are doing good things for people that enjoy the fact that they're there, but we need to make fiscally prudent decisions, and in some cases that means people's rent has to go up. And if we entertain all of these one-off requests, no, but yes, we agree, everybody else's rent should go up, but just not ours, we're probably not going to get anywhere. So we should stand firm on that. And then the other question that I would ask is for the asset manager. I know that certain nonprofits give us effectively donations in kind, right? Like, they use a field, but they pay for part of the upkeep of it, or they have paid for improvements to it, or they will pay for improvements to it. I do think that it's fair and reasonable for, particularly for nonprofits, they can usually get labor but not necessarily get cash. If they're providing an actual service that's reducing costs to the district, I would support including that in the analysis, but we need solid numbers on that. So I hope that comes to us when the asset manager comes. And I'm very much looking forward to this. I think it's seriously an overdue opportunity for this district, particularly the development fees.
Pat asked my question, I'll yield.
I agree, and I think that it's important that we give them enough notice about the changes.
Thank you for being the presenter for both. This is great because we had the fiscal presentation that was not, very conservative, and now we have the happy presentations of all these potential for revenue. So I don't know if you can answer this because maybe this is from the legal counsel. The 3 to 5 timeline versus the 3 to 5 months and then 3-4 months, like, what determines that range of that seems like a wide range of time to complete the steps? So what informs that?
What informs that, based on my conversation and the team's conversation with local council, is that our facilities, the title reports on our facilities, there may have been many transactions that have occurred over the years that it's more difficult for us to get a clean title report. So it might take longer than usual. Also, the current efforts in looking at fair market value and valuation and taking all those variables in consideration. So those are some of the items that are involved in that timeline. But we're very comfortable where we're at in this process. We work very diligently with our legal counsel and others to make a lot of discoveries. So we're very comfortable. But yes, the rest, it should finalize fairly soon, within the next couple months.
So for the leases that the existing leases, are they all going to be, is everything going to be reevaluated? Like, maybe we shouldn't be leasing to this particular organization because they don't, for example, they don't really serve our kids, or they don't have an educational component to it. Does everything get evaluated from, just from a clearer lens of our district needs?
What I could say, and I know Dr. Blanco has more clarifying questions or clarifying comments in regards to that, but yes, every agreement will be looked at, not to the point that if it's beneficial to our community, we're going to take into account what they're paying for on a monthly basis or on a yearly basis, and then we're going to put that forward to the superintendent and the board and share that information with you, and then take direction from the superintendent in regards to how we want to proceed.
At the last CSBA conference, I went to a facilities, like a greening facilities workshop, and they were saying there's, four combinations of, high social justice, high revenue, site would be ideal, right? It's really serving our kids and it's generating revenue. Or you have high social justice, low revenue, low, and then high low. So, ideally it's great for our kids and it's generating revenue, but I guess the second choice would be, great for our kids, low revenue, but the worst is probably just low revenue and not great for our kids. So I hope we understand that hierarchy. Anyway, thank you.
So I was just going to reiterate, thank you. This is great. It's really exciting that at last CSBA, the superintendent and I went to a tabletop talk with a president of a board and a superintendent. And they talked, one of the things they talked about that they do together is figure out the revenue enhancement and looking at their sites. And they they actively and with intent went after it. And they were really filled with a lot of information. And I'm excited that we're moving along on this level because obviously, we're interested in housing for our staff and, moving on to families, which is really helpful. And I don't think we will be alone on that one as housing insecurity increases and homelessness. Solutions continue to vex our nation. So we should be there for solutions. And then maybe one site to really kick in many millions of dollars per year. Save one for that. So that'd be great. Thank you so much.
So just going back to what Mr. Cahalan said about having the criteria of fair market value, currently we are looking at, depending on whether it's a private entity or it's a entity that serves the community, we're looking at taking some up to market value, which is what the cost it would be to rent a space in the city, where others were looking at, okay, what do other school districts do, right? So we do have some tenants who have paid-in services, and what we really want to do is have criteria to evaluate those services first on what they would be paying for rent, and then do a deduction, so that a lot of the agreements were established a long time ago, and we were in a different financial situation. And, the mayor has made some points that the schools belong to the community in different meetings, and I do definitely agree with that, but not to the point where we are taking care of facilities when we can't afford to take care of them. And, maintenance is always helpful when people kick in and help us with that, but it doesn't mean that you should get it for no cost, right? Maybe low cost. So we'll come up with some standards and present them.
So just to clarify, hopefully the asset management will come to us in September/November, that timeframe, one of those board meetings?
Looking like, so September, looking like
End of
September.
September's kind of 3 months from now. I'm assuming some people are working in
Yeah.
July.
I think preferably October, to give the asset management team enough, sufficient time, because September would be exactly 3 months, and I know in the timeframe that was identified in the presentation, it's 3 to 5 months from now.
And then the developer fees was interesting because an employee had approached me in the not-too-distant past about doing some work on their house and having to write a check to Pasadena Unified, which they're like, I'm an employee and I'm making my house better so that I can stay here and keep working for you, and now I'm paying you, and where's my discount? Anyway, it was an interesting concept, and I have done work on my house, and I don't remember writing a check to Pasadena Unified, so I thought this was very interesting. I don't understand the mechanics. Anyway, so I thought that was interesting. I wanted to reflect that I had gotten some feedback. And one of the things you said caught my ear early on one of the first slides. So the staff did recommend that we not have any school closures conversations until the 26-27 school year, but that was removed by the board from what we approved. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I didn't want to start a firestorm with that, but yes, Pat?
Sorry, I just needed to respond. I wasn't going to make another comment, but I need to push back on the mayor a little bit. Sorry. No, I think this is because it's an important point of distinction that I brought up with many people. The school district property is here to serve the students of PUSD. It's not general purpose government property. So yes, it does belong to the community, but it belongs to the community and it's held in trust for the benefit of PUSD students. So it's our job to do what's best for PUSD students. Sometimes, and many times, that means that we can do things that are great for the community. That's awesome, and we should celebrate that, and we should talk to the city council about that whenever we can, and that's all very important. But it is not our job to give acreage to people for a park or for whatever if it's not benefiting PUSD students. So
I think that we all agree. Where we disagree is in our understanding of how we benefit PUSD students. Can we have a motion for consent?
All right, thank you, Mr. Carrasco. Not that we're trying to get rid of you, but, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand.
I just want to say thank you. I know this has been a long time coming, and I know we're not done. But I'm looking forward to getting more information on our assets, like when it all comes together. So, thank you for this. Dr. Blanco, you as well.
And so just double check. So Pat wanted to have a column on that asset management report. Is that something within the realm of possibility? Do we need to say that there's a consensus, we all want that? So he wanted to have current market And I wrote down comps. He wanted to know what other people charge, not the market, but what other district might charge. Is that your impression of what the,
That research is currently being conducted as we speak. We're looking at neighboring districts, also with neighboring cities in regards to their relationships with various organizations or little league associations, things of that nature. Taking that to account, we will put a column for comps on that former document, and then we'll also provide some sort of recommended for our community, if you will.
I'm not going to mark that as a new board request. It sounds like it's already going to be incorporated. All right, so consent.
Motion to approve?
Does anyone have pulls?
Have one pull.
I have one pull.
So first, we're going to do pulls, so hold your motion. All right. Tina?
4K.
4K.
6G.
M 4K.
6G, and I also have one question, but that's not a pull.
6G, and I'm going to pull M to B. M4Q, and M6D. Did I say those too fast? I'm sorry. M6D is in dog, M4Q, M2B, 6G, and 4. So these are all M's. M4K and M6G. I'll start quoting Hamlet in a minute. All right. So is there a motion to approve the balance?
There's a motion and has been seconded.
Okay.
Second, for the good of the order.
All right. Questions? Mr. Cahalan, I heard you say you had a question.
Yeah, so I just had, well, I already had it answered, but I think it's important for the public to hear it, so I'm going to ask it again, where Karen Anderson can answer it, Dr. Anderson can answer it. I was reminded when you gave me the answer that I already knew this answer, but I'd forgotten it. So very briefly, can you explain the difference of supplement versus supplant for the public? Because there's, Prop 28 is slightly different from some other supplement versus supplant things, and
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad I waited. Now I can answer your question. So Proposition 28 is meant to increase opportunities in the arts through staffing. It's really just as simple as that, increase. So that means supplement opportunities in the arts through staffing. So that means where we didn't have it before, meaning in the 22-23 school year, then now we would have it. So the simplest way to look at it is we did not have elementary visual arts teachers, and now we do. In the secondary, we looked at each school's programs in the high schools, and we looked at which art forms were we not offering that students would like to have classes in, and we added some of those courses. Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
All right, I had a couple questions that are hopefully very, very fast. Actually, on the strategic arts plan, and I don't know if this question is for Karen or Dr. Blanco. No, because I'm asking questions on the consent. That wasn't pulled. And it mentioned that filming Civic Center fees would go to arts. It mentioned it. And I had asked, and I think it came from, I can't remember if it came from policy. At some point, I sent an email into staff saying, what is our current policy on Civic Center fees? Where are they going? So we've done different permutations over the past. So maybe I'm just really asking for a follow-up where someone tells us where it goes today. It used to go to school sites sometimes, or they got a portion of it, and then we had to sweep it during some bad times, and just to know the current state. So I'm asking a request, I just want to clarify that. I don't know if anyone else wants to clarify that. No, but I mean, I can write that down as Civic Center permits, where do they go? All right. Yeah, we actually had a board decision to change it at some point. All right, thank you. On the city guard contract, I am very, very sorry, but I'm really struggling. It has an amount for unarmed guards and an amount for armed guards. Oops, I'm so sorry. And then, Dr. Blanco. So in the personnel report, M6A, it said, by the way, minimum wage is going up in Pasadena, and a bunch of positions need to change. And when I asked which ones, I was sent a salary schedule, which we have not updated or approved. Will that be coming back to us for approval? That salary schedule with the new amounts on them? All right, someone will take a note of that? Okay. And then I made some comments about the calendars for UTP because I don't know that the board had a good look at them before they were ratified and now we're approving them. There are open houses and back-to-school nights on regular board meeting nights. And I think we want to avoid that, but the answer I got was, we tried to make sure they weren't on third Thursdays. Okay, well, we don't meet on third Thursdays, so if there's some misunderstanding about when our meetings are, we need to clarify that as we move forward with future calendars, because we meet on the fourth Thursday, and there are specific second Thursdays. Did I just not say Thursday? Anyway, so just at some point, I think there's something that we need to clarify to make sure that when we go forward with calendars. Just, I know that we like to go to open houses. I know that you guys like to go to open houses, and when we're all here, we can't, so, and back to school nights. All right, lovely. Yes. All in favor? Passes 7-0. 2B, our school plans. I'm now taking the pulled items in order. I couldn't find, well, I'm going to take them in order, so 2 comes before 4. M2B. So, some of my one of my plans isn't there, and when I went, there were 8 other plans that weren't there, and I don't know how we're approving plans that aren't there. So, unless they were, I couldn't find them. So I don't know.
Thank you. So we had 3 schools that we were waiting on information. So all of them have been uploaded with the exception of San Rafael. So in the shared draft folder, all of the sites
Okay,
are
but
there.
not
with
on the
exception.
website that's linked to the board report. Although I did check the folder that was sent to us on the Friday, and they weren't there either, earlier today. Well, they may be here now. What, our conversation was approximately 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock this afternoon?
They're here now. They're here not except for San Rafael.
Yeah.
We can certainly rubber stamp them.
It's not a rubber stamp. They're right here. They're right here.
Yes, they are, now, not when we were preparing for the meeting.
But we're also here and we can see and we can
Take some time and read them.
This is the nitpicking. This is ridiculous. They're right here. I'm not talking to you.
Sorry, I used a phrase that perhaps was offensive, but,
We're not going to vote on something at 2 o'clock today. We're voting on this now. It's here now. It's not 2 o'clock.
I think she's saying she didn't have time to review them. We did not have time to review them. So is there a timeline for this being approved? Can we bring it back?
is it an issue if we approve them on August 1st? I don't know if LACO cares.
As long as you don't care if the school starts spending money before they're approved, because they're going to want.
They do it based on the site plan being approved? I think they have to get,
Spend money based on the site plan, but if you want to wait to approve them, as long as you know some expenditures listed in the plan might already happen.
that's fine. I'm assuming personnel requests are already in, whether we've approved them or not. So if it's no problem, if they can be.
Well, I think we should ask if there's a consensus of the board that we
Sure.
bring it back. So if there's consensus, we bring it back, then we bring it back. If not, we can vote tonight.
Even if we go tonight, what is going to happen with the San Rafael plan? Do we have to agree to the
Bring it back later.
SRE plan in August?
No, so that one would have to come back.
In August, okay.
Yes. We've done that before. We've had years where we've had a couple that we've had to bring back.
I'll move that we table them and bring them back in August.
I'll second.
So I'm tabling this item to ask to come back in August, yes. So I thought this was the fastest way. All those in favor? To table it and have them come back in August. All right, so 5, any against? 2. Thank you so much.
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15. Okay.
I'll
Let's
second.
do it, yeah, I was gonna say, let's do it anyway, just in case, but we will. All right, next is. We just did a 5-2 vote on the school plans tabling.
10:15, we need.
Oh, on the extension, do we always vote or we do a consensus? Excellent. 4K.
This is City Guard. Okay, so this is just sort of an extension of the contract that we've already had. So this is for the City Guard security. So I was looking at, remembering last year's was like a 500,000 contract. And was there any effort to reach out to CSEA about security? Because I remember that was an issue last year. So maybe you can update us on what's occurred since.
I'd be honored to. Thank you for that question. Begin by stating that it has been one of the best opportunities and being able to work with them. They are super responsive. We have cut down significantly on the amount of vandalism, break-ins, the fact that we have 2 patrols. We've also foot patrol. There's no like guided schedule, which is great, so no anticipation of when people are going to be coming around. So City Guard has been a great opportunity for us. One of your questions that you asked, Ms. Fredericks, was the cost. We have had 6 invoices, or we'll have the 6th one coming in on July 1st. We've spent approximately $250,000 because it's only been half of a year, because they started December 1st. So we didn't approve them until later. But the question that Ms. Kinney was asking about whether it was armed or unarmed, we have been able to facilitate it as an unarmed security patrol. The only reason why we factored in a different cost is if at any time we had to shift gears and say we now need to have an armed patrol, it would change the invoicing and the way that they actually use their service. So right now the service is unarmed as they're out in patrol. We haven't been able to facilitate that for the past 6 months. In terms of your question with meeting with CSEA, we met with them in December. I had myself and several members of HR as well as CSEA reps. We discussed the different opportunities that it would look like if we were to not partner with a vendor. It's a bit more complicated than just having a conversation, but I don't want to take away from the conversation without our chief human resources person here, but it was a very fruitful conversation. They provided some information. I also had done some homework because I knew what they were looking for. So I think the conversation will continue, but at this time, we're just going to move forward with it. But it's always helpful to know what the thoughts are in providing ample security and safety for our district. And I would say at the end of the day, we all agreed that's the most important thing.
So you feel like the discussion was thorough enough to determine that at this time, the CSEA didn't have a sort of an arrangement that would work for us?
They proposed some different things. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to step over Dr. Canal's. That would be more his angle of wanting to speak on that. But I think there were definitely some fruitful conversations that happened. I think given some of the asks, it would probably exceed what we would be doing and paying with City Guard, but it's definitely worthwhile to continue to explore in the future what that could mean for PUSD.
Okay, now the armed situation is something I'm curious about. So what condition would trigger like an armed situation?
For example, we had a situation this past spring with a student, and instead of engaging with City Guard with armed patrols, we actually worked with Pasadena Police instead. We were able to do that at no cost. They had, similar, if not the same concerns we did, and we were able to enlist that free of charge. So we didn't have to go in a different route. It would be highly unlikely for us to ever consider that, and I would much rather use our law enforcement. So we have 3 agencies in the area that service our 3 cities and county. I would much rather go that route, which I have spoken with all of those law enforcements in their jurisdictions, and they are willing and able. I'd rather not do that with an armed patrol.
So a very exceptional case.
Very exceptional.
Thank you.
And it would have to, yeah, it would be pretty exceptional.
Move approval?
I'll second.
All in favor? 7-0. Moving on to 4Q. So I'm going to ask Dr. Blanco if she would consider pulling this. This is one of those items that will have a long discussion and an abstention in its future, I believe. I feel there is a procedural problem that we need to solve, and I'm not sure that this blanket authorization is the way to move forward with it, and I would like to solve the procedural problem. And if it doesn't work, we can always bring this back. This is the special ed consultants. There's a list of special ed consultants, and I think it's $1 million or so. 1.2 million, to just be able to engage with anyone on that list without having to come to the board. The explanation I was given is that they would all be under the bid limit, which means they don't need to come to the board anyway, although they're being coded as consultants, so they're on the short form, but we often ratify those when the services are needed immediately, so I don't know why there's a delay, or why it's felt that there's a delay in the current processes, but I do think we could work that out. I'm a little leery about just approving this very long list of vendors. And again, staff already has delegation under 114, which the explanation for this was that all of them would be under that. So I'm feeling it's not needed, but.
Just a clarification question. Am I to understand that the reason that the item was brought forward as it is because it's like basically creating a bench of folks who are approved to do this scope of work, so that if the need arises, you go to somebody on the list and you reduce the time of having to go through the process one by one by one by one by one?
Yes, that's correct in terms of trying to set it up like a master contract agreement. But what Mrs. Kenny is saying is that the staff would not have to wait, that they could engage in the services with, for the students and then have them ratified after because it's under the bid limit. Our current practices are different because we've had different boards request different, different paperwork for consultants, right? So consultants under a certain amount probably don't need to come to the board at all. And I think you've made this point before, Ms. McKenzie, telling us that why do you bring all these things, that where's your criteria? So it would be a change in procedures, and we have to make sure that everyone understands the change in procedures. So I'm not sure where would we be figuring this out, at a board meeting later or in policy? Where's the change going to come from?
I mean, to the point, we had 2 memberships on this agenda that I still don't know why memberships are coming to the board. We had a reading partners, which was under the delegation limit, but I was told that all MOUs have to come to the board, and I don't know that that's anywhere in our policy. So we have some cleanup just about making everyone tell us what they think the rules are, so we can actually say, no, those aren't the rules. They're just kind of what's been. Yes, reading partners has always come to the board, but I don't know why. except there is a rule that MOUs always come to the board. So my goal was to not take too long, because this is a long topic, so. Well, again, then we just need to make it a rule and then live with the consequences that small MOUs are coming to the board individually, although I will remind us that we never approved the MOU with Amigos. Never saw it as a board, but I digress. So.
I mean, the way we talk about our budget, I think it's important for the MOUs to come to the board. No, I mean, especially if they're over 75, so.
So I'm going to move that we table this and then figure out what our problems are and how to solve them and bring back a solution, but that's my motion.
I will second.
All in favor? Go ahead. Did you want to?
Wanted to know if folks are going to be, is this going to delay the delivery of services to students? I mean, students are out of school right now ostensibly, but there could be some. Does the SUP have delegated authority to deliver services to students until we get this right on our side policy-wise?
I believe so, unless we think that the superintendent has been delivering services up till now, because if we table it, it's a continuation of our current policy. I haven't heard that we're not delivering services, at least not for this reason.
Can you repeat your motion?
To table this item.
And then what? It comes back August? Or what?
If necessary. And we're just going to have some conversation between procurement, the superintendent's office, what is our policy, what isn't in policy, and come up with a mutual understanding of, and then have the board say, oh yes, we do want to see all those things, we don't want to see all those things, we do want to delegate, we don't want to delegate. But right now, it's kind of a mishmash that there aren't even written rules for it all. So my motion is to table.
And it has been second, so we need to vote.
All in favor? Okay, so that was 4. Any against? 3. All right, thank you so much. And the 6G, nope, sorry, 6D, last one. This is the twilight positions. I'm just pulling it to amend it so that the total cost under fiscal impact can be listed. I'm going with 212,609 because I added up the two new people and the change in the other 2 people that was in the email. So if we can, I'm moving that as amended.
Second.
All in favor? Passed 7-0. All right, Pat, you're on.
So this one's, I apologize for having to pull this, but I had someone asked me a question and I hadn't seen that this was on the agenda. I missed it. That's on me. So the question that I had was, or the question that was relayed to me is, why is it not all of our bargaining units? And I imagine it's because some of the contracts aren't open, but I couldn't remember for certain. So I wanted to ask that question.
For the resolution on
Indefinite salaries.
So the reason why is because all other bargaining units have collective bargaining rights, and therefore that clause is already covered for them.
Okay.
So the only group of employees that we have are the unrepresented.
And Kim pointed out that we've done these before. So I will take a moment. So unfortunately, we can't ever talk about things that happen in closed, but we can talk about things that we've said in closed. And I have long been on the hobby horse of the district is always best served when we are not in arrears with our collective bargaining agreements. We have been behind some years, we've been ahead some years, we're behind right now. That's largely still due to COVID. I'm not blaming staff for this. I'm not blaming our bargaining unit partners for this. But I think that we need strong statements that we don't want to do that. So I'm going to vote no on this, but I assume everybody else is going to vote yes. But I wanted to pull it for a separate vote.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Is there a motion for this one?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? Pass it, oops, sorry. Any against? 6-1. Thank you. All right, in our last, oh, see, that clock is just not right. I just want to reiterate that we had a report on positions and Civic Center permits, where do they go? As two board requests to staff from this meeting. Okay, and then Yarma had board request or future agenda item?
Yes, Dr. Rennie said something earlier that, about where to put the final reports in the website. And I just want a general report of the status of the website, because there's still a lot of links and things that are not working, and I want to know when it's going to be ready and what is our projected goal for the new redesigned website.
Maybe Albert can speak to that, because I think, what I understand from communications, they're working with you to work out some kinks.
Sorry, I apologize, I caught the last part. You're talking about the, like the website, the staff directory in particular? Oh.
The new website has a full potential.
Yeah, I know it's a continuous effort with the communications team. There is some stuff that we're working on. We're having some sort of technical issues with the staff directory piece of it, and then I'm trying to work that out so we can figure out how to group them together. So we're working on that, and then I know the sites will be updating as time goes along.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that were really important as we were talking about the renewed websites. It was like some sort of uniformity, so that it looks like it's like Pasadena unified. There's no uniformity. If you're, as a parent, gonna go and Google, what is the number one reason why you would Google the website? It's like, oh, I need to call because my kid is sick, and that information is not there. So it's like kind of useless as a parent. If you're incoming parent, also the website still doesn't have enough information for you to make a decision about it. So I just know that it is a work in progress, but I would like to have I would like to request an update of where we're at. Yeah.
I would support an agenda item in August. I think it's good to start off the school year with so it would set expectations on parents. If something isn't working, when it's going to be addressed, when.
Can we have a Friday? Because I'm interested in knowing if the people working on the website also think it's still a work in progress, or if they think it's done. Because if they think it's done and we don't, then we know we have somewhere to go. So
I mean, if you don't even have the phone number for a school in the website, it's not done.
So is there a consensus that we could just get a Friday that says, here's where we are with the website? We think we're done, we're spending the summer cleaning up some things where the links aren't going. All right, so Friday on website. All right, I wrote down future agenda items, cell phone policy. We agreed to that earlier, true? All right, anything else?
I don't know, so in light of only the board direct staff rule, I get a lot of Sierra Madre, or families that want their kids in Sierra Madre Middle, but there's such a long wait list there. And so the parents say, oh, is there a way for us to get in? Maybe you can make an exception for me or something. They really want to get in. So the other option sometimes is, because Math Academy is at Sierra Madre Middle and OEB, that I say, well, have you looked at OEB? And so, and because I'm a parent of OEB, I kind of like, I know, there's a lot of great things happening there. So, and they're like, well, it's kind of far, or whatever excuses. And so I wanted to see if our district can do like a special tour just for those waitlisted, whatever, 60, anyways, reach out to the families, because they'll say, well, if we don't get in, we're just going to go to private school, or we're just going to go to Arcadia. Why not ask them to come look at our school, OEB, which is rising, it's just growing and everything, and just say, hey, check it out. So we have like new administration. It's just all like everything. There's a lot of great things going there. So I just want to run it by all of us and say, hey, this could be an opportunity. We can look at other wait lists too. Like I just know my school it's in high demand, and might as well try to capture some of those families. So I just didn't know what staff's bandwidth is at this time, but I know that private schools are, sign us, you have to apply right away. So there is a sort of window there.
The enrollment office does encourage parents and talk to them. I don't know if they actually take them on a special tour, but they tell them when tours are, and then they follow up with them, on multiple times to see if they found a placement that, is interesting or, their students want to go to, but we could do some more.
I've been in communication with Ms. Fredericks on this one, and it is true, we actually always send them on the scheduled tours, the schools are prepared for them. I think there are a few families who have made some requests now that it's summertime, so we are working with the school directly to offer a tour that happens outside of that window. However, I do think the consideration is the volume of, the requests that are coming in. They just can't really be individualized in that manner. So we're gonna, we don't ever want to turn families away who want to tour a school, but I think we also want to be equitable and fair about having the opportunity to be available to all families and within a timeline that allows staff to be present and put the rest of it forward.
This kind of aligns with some interest of mine, which is I would like to see a communication plan for retention of kids in that transition between elementary and middle school. And so what is our plan for communicating and enrolling and advertising? So it would be very nice to hear a presentation, or even, I'll settle for a Friday, but in an concerted effort, what is the plan for that particular transition, right? And it should happen by October maximum, so that, because open enrollment opens in November, so.
So my personal response, and I'm not speaking as a person of authority in any kind of way, is I think Tina's had a very interesting idea. I'm not interested in saying, as a board, staff, you have to go do this. I don't know about Yarma's request because I don't know if that's something that already exists.
I know some of what Yarma is requesting, it exists between the middle and the high schools. I don't know about the elementary schools.
I think that it would be actually beneficial for everyone to have the information, because several board members have actually asked that individual question, and so we always provide the information. But it would be beneficial to do a universal communication for everyone. The other is, I do think that there's a significant amount of work being done through our Office of Enrollment, Family, and Community Engagement, that if there is time for, I'm certain that they would love to share about that. One thing that we did do, and with some collaboration with Ms. Fredericks, was we initiated student questions on the intent to return survey. So with help from Dr. Mumalo and Taylor Ferguson, we were able to push that out several times in the last month of school, and we do have some illuminating responses that also will help us figure out what is the transition from 8th into high school looking like, and why certain decisions are being made by families and students themselves. It is true that we haven't had that study done at 5th grade, but we can take that guidance.
All right, so maybe let's do a Friday, and then if it seems meaty enough to have a presentation. Is that okay?
Well, is anybody else interested?
I guess I thought I heard Dr. Hill say she's had enough requests that she was kind of planning to do some summary of information, which
I was not planning it. I'm just saying that because I've had enough requests, I could certainly do it. And then Dr. Reynoso and I were actually talking, we interpreted the question 2 different ways, but we can collaborate on a joint communication, because she has some of the information and I have another piece of the information, because we were seeing it from 2 different
I know
sides.
you can, but I know there's many other things you have to do as well.
I appreciate that. I don't think we can do it right now.
Is there consensus that we want to see how do we help students make that transition from fifth to middle school and understand all their options. Okay. So let's do it Friday, and I'm not sure, I don't know what August is gonna look like for presentations, so I don't wanna. Oh, yeah, no. I don't know that we're in a hurry. Okay.
It should be also put on the website too, when to establish something that's formal. I think we should put it on the website so that the parents know as well.
Well,
The community.
let's have the Friday communique, and then we'll see what comes next.
That
Yeah,
would-
I don't know if this is just information about the internal
I
process.
might actually need to ask for clarification, because now I think I'm hearing 3 different things that go in this communique. So one is potentially where, what Dr. Reynoso was saying was attendance, where students are going.
Retention of.
Retention.
The retention from 5th grade to 6th grade, retention from 8th grade.
Yeah. And then Dr. Rennie does our school flow data, informally. Yes, and so then I also heard, what are things that we do to ensure that there is a smooth transition between those things? I heard that. And then the other is, what are we doing to outreach to families and connect them outside of those things that we are already doing? Yes? Okay.
Well, and I want to, and I don't know if what Dr. Velasquez said, I heard her say, what are we doing to ensure that kids go? Not necessarily ease it. I mean, you might do shadow days, et cetera, but maybe that is actually the same.
I can't actually ensure that children will go. I think that is a parental decision. I can go to their houses, pick them up. Just kidding. However, shout out to my carpool buddies, who I do go and pick up their children and bring them into this town. Anyways, but they do the same for me. But I think that I can gainfully tell you what our efforts are to try to get as many students to feel welcome and want to be in our schools. I will say, if everything that I said, I saw nods on, that will take us a little bit more time to put together. So, but we will work on that with an aim to get it to you by August, or in August. Yeah.
All in favor? We're adjourned.